Chapter 408. Sun Lang, the former Grand Marshal of the Empire. After the war ended, for some indescribable reason, he was forced to retire. Now he was a sword hero, the strongest in the world. And for some indescribable reason, he regretted it. He wanted to be a thinker, politician, strategist, and revolutionary that could be written in history books and textbooks again. Therefore, he decided to go to the Empire again to become an official. His goal was to gather like-minded and righteous men, so that they would be able to fill the imperial court with righteous people. He wanted to set an example for the future generations. For this, he had to set a small goal first. For example, he had to fill up his circle of like-minded people first. Mingzhou's Grand General Qi Guanyin, a master of military tactics and technique. He was good at military formations, firearms, and commanding. He could coordinate with the cavalry, infantry, and artillery. He could line up and kill, cavalry charge, and clean up the battlefield in an instant. He had S-level training skills. He knew how to conduct himself, knew what to do, loved his wife, and had military power. He could be said to be the best hero in the Mingzhou military region. Perfect. But for some reason, Qi Guanyin and Hu Shouxin's compatibility was a little bad. To be honest, old Hu was famous in the army for being popular. He was forthright, enthusiastic, and magnanimous. If there were any disputes or conflicts in the army, he could resolve most of them with his face and mediation. It would not be too ugly, and everyone was willing to be friends with him. Because the battlefield was the easiest place to cultivate friendships, Hu Shouxin only did two things on the battlefield: shooting arrows and saving people. These two things were usually done together. Wherever there was a troop that was heavily surrounded, he would go and save them. If there was a general that was injured, he would also go and save him. He wielded the thunder bow, his speed was like thunder, and his archery skills were as swift as lightning. Most importantly, he was Sun Lang's sworn brother. Who wouldn't want to be friends with such a good person? Old Hu was also happy to play the role of a big brother. He was amiable to everyone and was deeply admired and respected by everyone. Such a person was cold to Qi Guanyin. Obviously, there was something wrong with him. Sun Lang thought for a moment. He looked at old Hu and said, "Could it be that because this fella secretly took in a concubine, you feel jealous and don't have the guts? And this reason is indeed very convincing. When I heard it, I was also extremely angry. Let's find a chance to follow him to a deserted alley in the middle of the night, put a gunny sack over his head, and give him a beating. I will do it, and you will act as a lookout. Forget about Qi Guanyin, even Sanskrit Temple's head would have to eat a beating." "What?" Hu Shouxin stared blankly for a moment. Then, as a former professional soldier of the Empire, he instinctively began to consider the feasibility of this plan. For Qi Guanyin to be able to become a military official of a province, he naturally relied on his outstanding military achievements. As one of the top military officials under the heavens, his martial arts naturally wouldn't be lacking. However, what made Qi Guanyin famous under the heavens and recorded into the annals of heroes and history was still his unconventional, all-embracing military skills, and not his individual bravery. In other words, his martial arts, even among the great generals guarding the 9 provinces, probably couldn't be ranked in the front. As long as his martial arts didn't reach Zhao Yunlong's level, if he was ambushed by Sun Lang, this shameless and peerless expert, he might not even have the chance to bring out the imperial army to defend himself. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but imagine such a scene. On a dark and windy night, the great general of Mingzhou, Qi Guanyin, was on his way home. Suddenly, a huge gunny sack fell from the sky and covered his head. At the same time, the bodyguards around him were all knocked down in an instant. Great General Qi wanted to struggle, but in the end, he was knocked down by the bold thief who dragged him into an alley, F***ck. Although it was a street hoodlum plotting against his opponent, The person who did this was the supreme marshal of the heavens, Sun Lang, and the person who was beaten up was the great general guarding Mingzhou, Qi Guanyin. Two of the top military officials of the empire acting out such a street fight. Such a scene was so King cool when he thought about it carefully. Hu Shouxin's heart skipped a beat. Although he had been instigated by Sun Lang to do all sorts of things back then, he had never done something as big as putting a gunny sack over a great general of a province. At that moment, he couldn't even care less about Sun Lang's nonsense. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I've disliked him for a long time. I'll take this opportunity to teach him a lesson." Sun Lang was shocked. "You actually agreed? You really have a lot of resentment towards him." Hu Shouxin snorted, "I don't like him, can't I? Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that he's been in Ming province for the past 2 years, organizing the border defense, attacking the bandits, and guarding the northern border, he's finally loyal to the emperor and didn't throw away the proper business, leaving the last bit of face for his ancestors. Otherwise, I would have already written a letter to impeach him." Sun Lang blinked. "Impeach? F***ck. The emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Every night, he's F***ked until he's satisfied. If you write a letter to impeach Qi Guanyin for illegally marrying a concubine, aren't you pointing at a monk and calling him a bald thief?" Hu Shouxin was going crazy. "It's not him marrying a concubine. What does him marrying a concubine have to do with me? I'm saying that this bastard's subordinates are all dirty. I don't know if it's a bad habit he brought from the Southeast War Zone or if it's because he became arrogant after the war. Humph, the moment he became an official, he revealed his true colors." Sun Lang yawned. He already had a rough idea of what was going on. "What's wrong?" Old Hu sneered. "You don't know that in Mingzhou, all the officials, regardless of whether they are civil or military officials, all praise General Qi." Sun Lang said happily, "That's a good thing. He's good at socializing and can handle the relationship with his subordinates and colleagues well. You said that he didn't throw away his work, which means that he's clear-headed and has a strong sense of purpose. Overall, he's a talent who's flexible in handling small matters and has principles in handling big matters." "Bah!" Hu Shouxin said indignantly. "Which one of the generals from the northern war zone is like him? Damn it, when I resigned 2 years ago and returned to Mingzhou, this bastard had already taken up his post in Mingzhou. He's very well informed. The next day, he sent someone over with gift. Can you guess how many gifts there are?" He seemed to recall the scene at that time and was still very angry. "Damn it, there were 2 big boxes of gold and silver. He also gave my wife a big box of gold and pearl jewelry. There was a long list of gifts, which was more than my military merits. General Qi casually gave me a housewarming gift, which was almost the same as the military merits that the imperial court has given me over the years. If you say that his extravagant wealth is all from the imperial court, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Old Hu said angrily, "At that time I was still cautious. I was afraid that I would misunderstand a good person, so I politely accepted the gifts and sealed them. Then I personally went to investigate. General Qi's ancestor was an official, but his family had declined. How much wealth could he have? His wife's family wasn't rich either. Then there's the problem. Where did Qi Guanyin get so much money that he could be so extravagant?" He said coldly, "During festivals, people welcome and send gifts. The entire Mingzhou is harmonious. The civil and military officials live in harmony. They don't interfere with each other and don't interfere with each other's business. Who doesn't praise them? When an official from the capital goes north to Mingzhou, he will definitely be treated well. He will eat and drink to his heart's content, and his face will be glowing. After the event, he will even give them gifts. As for the important officials in the capital, how can they be left behind? Do you know how much money General Qi has to send to the capital and how much money is sent to his residents from all over the country?" All in all, the evidence is conclusive. With his military merits and his salary, there's no way he can support such a huge expenditure. Then, there's only one conclusion. Hu Shoshin's eyes were Sinran. Qi Guanyin gives out money even if he wants to. He's just the same as those vermin. He's unethical. Amazing, amazing. Sun Lang was silent for a moment before he praised. No wonder he can become the commander of a military region. An idiot like you can only be transferred. Hu Shoshin shouted, Sun Lang, I know that you have a deep prejudice against the Empire and don't care about these things, but don't forget that he's an official in the Empire. Corruption and bribery have nothing to do with you. If you want to play chess with His Majesty and build Mingzhou into your rear, do you have to use Qi Guanyin? Sun Lang curled his lips and said, So, you've turned against him a long time ago? Hu Shoshin snorted. Why would I work with him after I found out the truth? I've spent half my life on the battlefield, struggling to survive in a sea of blood to protect my country. I've shed blood and sweat, and I've won hundreds of battles. I've done justice to the heavens, to my country, to my ancestors, and to myself. From the day I joined the army to the day I resigned from my post, I've been a general and an official all my life. I've never done anything against my conscience. After returning to the imperial court, I resigned from my post. The imperial court couldn't persuade me to stay, so they bestowed me with an imperial weapon, as well as gold, pearls, brocades, and silver coins as a reward. I risked my life to earn this money. It was my reward for fighting on the battlefield for half of my life. I took it with a clear conscience and spent it with a clear conscience. I've been an indomitable spirit all my life, a great man. How can I associate with such vermin after I've succeeded and become a traitor, ruining my illustrious reputation? Sun Lang looked as if he couldn't stand him. Maybe she's just giving you a generous gift for the sake of being fellow soldiers of Tianyuan Empire. She wants to make friends with you and have a drinking partner in the future. She doesn't want to hook up with you. Why are you so sensitive? Come on. Do you even believe what you're saying? Qi Guanyin is a smart man. I'm afraid that he's trying to curry favor with me because of my connections among the generals of the Heaven's origin sector in the north. Hu Shoshin said casually, Even if it's not for that, I won't be friends with such a person. He has his way and I have mine. Sun Lang squinted at him. You didn't beat him up, did you? Hu Shoshin said calmly, No. I sent someone to return the gift. If he still doesn't give up and comes to make trouble again, I'll let him taste the feeling of a thunder bow. He knows what's good for him. After that, he hasn't bothered me again. That's good. He has a bright future, and I'm content with peace. We won't disturb each other. Sun Lang suddenly said, I'm thinking how sad General Qi must be after receiving the gift you returned. He hasn't contacted you since then. Hu Shoshin was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't hear him clearly. What did you say? Sun Lang waved his hand. Nothing. You won't believe it either. Let's talk about it later. Hu Shoshin frowned. You haven't given up? Sun Lang smiled. Not only that, but I'm relieved to hear that. Hu Shoshin's expression gradually became serious. Are you serious? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The atmosphere in the Army of the North is so good, and the morale is so good that after the victory, they can still maintain the highest unity and cohesion in the army. They help and support each other, mostly because of your example and influence. Are you sure you want to let someone like Qi Guanyin hold the power? Sun Lang smiled. I'm sure. Don't worry. If he follows me, he won't have to do those things. Hu Shoshin still didn't believe him. Okay, old Hu, don't be so mean. Everyone makes mistakes. Who doesn't make mistakes? If you know your mistakes and correct them, you're a good comrade. After all, he smiled and then counted with his fingers. I think that a person can only have 2 out of the 3 things: Party spirit, sincerity, and wisdom. So don't take it too seriously. Realizing that he couldn't persuade Sun Lang, Hu Shouxin sighed. I hope you know what you're doing. Also, if you insist on doing things your own way, I'll keep an eye on Qi Guanyin. Sun Lang nodded. Okay. After the framework is set up, I'll set up a Chaika committee. You'll be the leader there and play the bad guy. What's that? Hu Shouxin shook his head. Forget it, it's up to you. Sun Lang nodded in satisfaction. All right, since we've reached a consensus, let's wait for Qi Guanyin to deliver himself to our doorstep. With such a huge incident happening in Ming Province last night, I'm afraid that the prefecture overseer of our province is on the verge of going crazy. Huqing isn't too far from Ming Province, so he'll have to send a messenger pigeon over today no matter what. We'll just wait here quietly for General Qi to pay us a visit. They waited until night fell. No one came at all. Rangers were sent out to ask around, but there was no news of a general entering the city. The Yamen in Ming Province was also strangely quiet. The prefecture overseer nervously sent out patrolling soldiers and constables of the 6th Fan School to collect the bodies of the black armored troops scattered all over Ming Province. They found a place to put them away, then strengthened the patrols and control, put out rumors, and maintained law and order. Other than that, they also sent out 5 or 6 groups of messengers to Huqing. Without the presence of a general, they didn't even have the courage to talk to old Hu. For some reason, General Qi Guanyin didn't come. The officials of Ming Province were very anxious and angry. Sun Lang, who had waited for an entire day, was even angrier. He felt a sense of shame and anger from being looked down upon. That arrow of yours truly last night was so breathtaking, so pretentious, so arrogant, so cool, I don't know how many people peed in their pants. Logically speaking, you should have been subdued by my domineering aura and be so shocked that you would piss your pants and come to Ming Province to kowtow. You actually didn't take it seriously at all. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? We're not waiting anymore. In Marquis Jing'an's Fu, Sun Lang slammed the table and stood up. During the day, he was still admiring Qi Guanyin, but at night, his attitude changed drastically. He looked up to the sky and howled, "Dog official, your reign is over." Chapter 409. Dog official, your reign is over. Sun Lang kicked over a chair and roared at the sky. Then, he turned to Zhang Yinluo and said, "Yinluo, do me a favor." Zhang Yinluo had just learned that the person Sun Lang was waiting for was Qi Guanyin. Her expression was a little unnatural. She was startled when she heard the request. I don't have any say in the house." No, how can I help?" Sun Lang smiled sinisterly and then rubbed his hands together. "Lend me your arsenal for a bit." Zhang Yinluo shuddered and shouted, "No? Are you kidding me?" The arsenal was secretly transported from the Lihua nation in the past 2 years. Many of them were high-precision firearms that could only be used by the Sun Paladins. They were extremely powerful and fierce. If they fell into the hands of Sun Lang, he would definitely set the entire Mingzhou city on fire. Sun Lang's expression showed that he couldn't bear it. "Then I have no choice but to use weapons of mass destruction. You're just looking for trouble." Sun Lang said proudly, "Of course. Qi Guanyin knows that I'm here, but he still hasn't come to greet me. After all, I used to be a big boss in the underworld. Damn it, when Stick Hu transferred to Mingzhou, he gave me so many gifts on the second day. Why is there nothing when he comes to me? Is he looking down on me? Where's the promised kidney of a fur seal? Where's the promised concubine? Are they all lying to children?" Zhang Yinluo shouted, "You're angry because he didn't bribe in time." Wait. Hu Shouxin said, "You're going to Huqing?" Sun Lang grinned hideously. "Yes. He's too arrogant to come. Of course, I'll go there myself and see if General Qi is held back by some trivial matters." Hu Shoshin frowned and said, "Right now, the situation is still uncertain, and I am still injured. If you leave rashly, I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. Let's wait a little longer." Sun Lang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. If you find something wrong, just use your thunder bow to warn me. I will definitely see it. If the enemy is too weak, I don't even need to go back. Just use your thunder bow to mark the target, and I will shoot my sword chi from afar. Isn't this how we play in battle?" Besides, Inluo is also an elite who is good at fighting when he's outnumbered when he's wearing the flaring sun power armor. Besides, there's also Venerable Sanzang, a Buddhist disciple with a leaf fire weapon. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Monk Sanzang was sitting at the side chanting scriptures. He opened his eyes when he heard this and said with some confusion, "Amitba, I left the temple this time to bring Brother White Snow back to recuperate." Why, without another word, Sun Lang raised 2 fingers. "Do you want that motorcycle?" Monk Sanzang's eyes suddenly opened, and then he chanted the name of Buddha. "Amitba, almsgiver Zhang has already promised that iron horse to me last night. Io, you prodigal woman." Sun Lang glared at Zhang Yinluo with some dissatisfaction. "This morning, I saw Venerable Sanzang waiting by the stable, riding on it with an infatuated expression. She tried for a long time but couldn't start it. I thought that she had taken a fancy to this thing, so I wanted to beat her at her own game and use this thing to rope in a high-level fighter like Venerable Sanzang. You prodigal woman, why did you give it away so early?" But Zhang Yinluo noticed Sun Lang's gaze. He smiled in a profound manner and secretly made a gesture that said, "No problem." Sun Lang narrowed his eyes and thought about it for a while before he came to a realization. Both sides exchanged a tacit look, and then Sun Lang said, "So there was this kind of thing, since Yinluo has already agreed, then this thing belongs to the Great Master." Monk Sanzang let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was quite afraid that Sun Lang would go back on his word. After all, she had seen this almsgiver son's eloquence and martial arts. She couldn't win against him in an argument, and she couldn't win against him in a fight. If he wanted to go back on his word, other than speaking ill of him in front of Buddha, she didn't have any other good methods. She was currently secretly rejoicing, and also pondering when to leave Marquis Jinggan Fu. After all, she was a monk. Killing people once or twice was fine, but if she killed every day, even Buddha would be offended. In the end, she shouldn't meddle in this kind of mundane matter. But suddenly, she heard Sun Lang sigh, but our Monk Sanzang's heart quivered. Even though she was a monk, she wasn't stupid. She knew that after this, but it was definitely an unhappy matter. She asked with some vigilance, "What?" Sun Lang sighed. "Great Master, if it's a normal fine steed, it's fine for you to ride it. It's just feeding it some high-quality fodder mixed with soybeans and eggs. Since Great Master drinks wine and eats meat all day, it's fine to feed the horse some eggs. But this metal horse doesn't eat fodder. What the hell, kerosene?" It was like Monk Sanzang's head was struck by the dragon subduing Arhat's palm, standing dazed on the spot. Even though she had asked Zhang Yinluo last night and heard that this metal horse only ate kerosene, she didn't continue to investigate. When Zhang Yinluo agreed to give this metal horse to her, all that was left in her mind was pleasant surprise, and she didn't think of this for a while. Now, she was aware of the fatal trap hidden in this matter. She looked at Zhang Yinluo in disbelief. "Benefactor Zhang, you didn't deliberately want to plot against me, right?" After all, Zhang Yinluo's moral integrity was relatively high, so he turned his head to the side as if nothing had happened. Sun Lang sighed again and said, "This is the Fire Nation's personal vehicle, the Rapid Mobility War Chariot. It's high-tech, exquisite, and high-grade, so it's quite delicate. It can only consume the special fuel of the Fire Nation. Moreover, after running for a period of time, it needs to be repaired and replaced. Otherwise, it will be damaged like an ordinary horse." Every time he said a word, Monk Sanzang's expression became more and more stupefied. Sun Lang shook his head and said, "Everything else is easy, but the fuel is a problem. Originally, we were all friends. It's just fuel, so it's fine if we give it to you. Master, if you want a race for a lifetime, then we will give you fuel for a lifetime. It's natural. After all, this chariot was given by us, so we also have to provide fuel for free and unlimited, right?" He said it so politely, but it had already reached the point of hypocrisy. Even if the master was not well versed in worldly affairs, he could still see the naked ugly face. "Go away. Go away. After the fuel is used up, if your iron horse can still run, then it's my loss." But Monk Sanzang was helpless. After all, even if he went to the horse market to buy a horse, the seller might give him fodder for a period of time as a promotion, but there was absolutely no reason to provide fodder for free for a lifetime. On the other side, Sun Lang added, "Sigh, it's all because the things in the fire country are too precious. Only the special fuel there can drive the iron horse. If other things like tung oil are used rashly, I'm afraid it will directly damage the iron horse. So if Master wants to think of a way by himself, I'm afraid it won't work. This fuel can only be bought by Yin Luo from the fire country. Sigh, the price of oil has been rising every day recently." Master Sanzang sighed dejectedly. If it was any other object, it would be fine to give it up. However, she really liked this iron horse, so she directly made the matter clear. "Almsgiver son, this poor nun knows what you mean, but this poor nun can't be your hired thug for the rest of my life. As for the specifics, please tell me." Sun Lang's expression changed. He thought of something and looked up and down at Monk Sanzang. "Master, tell me the truth. Do you like that kind of thing very much?" Monk Sanzang nodded helplessly. A monk doesn't lie. "I really like it very much. It's close to obsession. If my master sees it, she will definitely scold me. But almsgiver, if you want to use this to threaten me, I won't be at your mercy. If my obsession has turned into a demon, then I won't hesitate to kill him directly." Towards the end, her tone had become stern, and her expression was straight, with a hint of anger. But Sun Lang didn't take it to heart at all. His expression was playful. "Of course not. Master, have you ever heard of the saying that it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish? Do you plan to get kerosene from Yin Luo for the rest of your life?" Monk Sanzang's expression changed. "Almsgiver, what do you mean?" Sun Lang raised a finger. "The kerosene that the iron horse needs is indeed specially made in the Fire Kingdom. In the vast Huda Kingdom, there is no workshop that can produce it. But it can't be produced now, but it doesn't mean that it can't be produced in the future." He lightly said, "As far as I know, the raw material used to make fuel is also widely available in the Empire. It was first known as stone paint, and later it was known as grease water. The Empire has been using this material since a long time ago. It was used to lubricate axles, illuminate, make candles, and even medicine. During the war, it was also used to make alchemical fire oil as military weapons. But all of these were the most crude and elementary uses. Since ancient times, the Empire has named this material in all sorts of strange ways. I call it oil. In the Fire Kingdom, however, the situation is very different. This country's firearms are the best in the world, and there is a religious worship of fire. In this country, politics and religion are united. In order to maintain religious authority and political power, they have adopted oppressive and exploitative methods, maintaining ideological oppression and military deterrence for the ruled class. In order to maintain the ruling class's advantage, they have not hesitated to sanctify science and fire, forbidding the civilians from conducting scientific and weapon experiments. Kerosene is one of the things that has been sanctified. The advanced processing technology for kerosene is firmly in the hands of the priests of fire, and it is modularized and kept secret. The processing of kerosene at all levels, together with the runic secret techniques of the Fire Church, can produce a large number of products with magical properties. One of the lower-level products is the kerosene that powers the iron horse. Monk Sanzang vaguely understood after hearing this. You mean that if the fire church can do it, we can do it too? Sun Lang stroked his chin. Some of the secret techniques of the fire church involve the secret techniques of the fire church, and we can't imitate them for the time being. However, there is one thing that I am very sure of. Even if we don't use anything like magic or runes, we can still classify kerosene and obtain various products by using only the power that mortals can grasp. I can assure you of this. He looked at the nun who, for some reason, was very fond of chariots and smiled. That's only one of the reasons. Secondly, don't you want to know the operating principle of the iron horse? It's like a martial art. If you follow the book, practice the mental cultivation method, and train your physical skills, you can certainly become stronger and stronger. However, if you understand the essence of the martial art, the operating principle, and the core essence, you can keep improving it. Isn't that the principle? It's the same for chariots. If you understand the principle, you can start modifying it. For example, you can change the engine, add liquid nitrogen propulsion, add a suspension system, install a mini-missile launcher, and become a legend of Mount Akina. Won't it be wonderful to ride a violent motorcycle everywhere in the Empire? Master Sanzang didn't know what a legend of Mount Akina was, so he couldn't speak. Sun Lang dropped a bombshell. How about it? If you don't want to be controlled by others for the rest of your life, then cooperate with me. If you really like chariots, then start by learning how to make fuel. I can give you a general direction. If you lack machines and samples, Inluo can help you get them. If you lack manpower and money, I can provide them. If you have nuns in your temple who also love speed and freedom, they can all join your studio. Then he gave a thumbs up. Master, think about it. Nuns also have to love their country and support our country. What's so great about riding a Russian motorcycle? One day, you can let a Russian ride a motorcycle that you designed and made. That's called skill, right? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Sun Lang's patriotism, education, and imagination. Zhang Yinluo's expression was even more strange to the extreme. She must have a lot of questions in her heart, but she couldn't say it in front of Master Sanzang. Master Sanzang admitted that even though Benefactor Sun's words were a mess and she could only understand half of it, but she herself seemed to be a bit moved. She still hesitated. Amitba, this matter, please allow this poor nun to consider it. Goodness, there's no rush. The future is long. Sun Lang waved his hand and said, then if it's like this, Master can stay at Marquis Jingganfu for now. Inluo should still have a lot in storage, enough for Master to use for a short period of time. Master Sanzang didn't pay attention and got onto Sun Lang's pirate ship. He smiled bitterly. Then Daoist by Shui. When Daoist by Shui was mentioned, Sanzang's face revealed a strange expression, looking very conflicted. How to say it? Last night, Wan Yuanzhong begged Sun Lang to spare his life for half a day to collect Qin Hui's bones and then come back for Sun Lang to deal with. Sun Lang didn't even think about it and agreed. After all, the words Qin Hui said before he died really touched Sun Lang. Also, this guy's scheme was exhausted and his last gamble, without any regard for life and death, was about to succeed. Just because he wasn't a girl and didn't have breasts in the end, he was still overturned by Inluo, who rushed over and ended up dead. Every time Sun Lang thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh about the importance of the course of history. Therefore, Qin Hui was actually quite pitiful. It could be said that he was born a good-for-nothing and died a sullen death. This made Sun Lang, who scoffed at the so-called respecting your opponent is also respecting yourself humanitarian spirit, feel that letting his corpse rot in the wilderness was indeed a bit too pitiful. In addition, Daoist Bai Shui wanted to form the empire's strongest commentary team with Wan Yuanzhong, so Sun Lang went with the flow and let Wan Yuanzhong complete his last act as a friend. And today, during the day, when Sun Lang was waiting for General Qi, Wan Yuanzhong also came to Marquis Jinggan Fu under the guidance of a ranger from Zhongyi Tower, waiting for Sun Lang to deal with him. Sun Lang naturally sent him away and let him do as he pleased, but he wasn't allowed to leave Mingzhou. Otherwise, he would be chased and killed. All of this was naturally to make it easier for Daoist Bai Shui to carry out his great plan. Everything went smoothly. Wan Yuanzhong had nowhere to go, so he obediently guarded Qin Hui's grave, looking like he was building a hut and guarding it. Sun Lang explained to Daoist Bai Shui, who came to ask for a plan, that this Wan Yuanzhong was saddened by the death of his old friend and felt that his outlook on life these past few years had been impacted. At this time, he was disheartened and could be easily taken advantage of, so he let Daoist Bai Shui and Huang Mao take action early. After Huang Mao heard this logical analysis, he was overjoyed and repeatedly said that it would be fine, it would be fine. Then, he excitedly left. At that time, Monk Sanzang was still hoping that Daoist Bai Shui would finish quickly so that he could report back to Deju Temple, so he followed along. One reason was to protect him, and two was to secretly observe, so sigh. When Monk Sanzang thought of that scene, he simply couldn't bear to mention it. This Daoist Bai Shui, he was good in every way, but that mouth of his was too straightforward. Wan Yuanzhong already had a bad impression of him. Just when he was feeling sad, suddenly that annoying Daoist Bai Shui popped out of nowhere and said something that deserved a beating. This donor Wan. How could he not beat him up? Therefore, during the day, Monk Sanzang, who was secretly guarding and watching, could only watch Daoist Bai Shui and Wan Yuanzhong quarrel and beat each other up, repeating this cycle. He didn't know when it would end. Sun Lang also guessed her thoughts and comforted her. Let them be, this matter can't be rushed. All right, since we've reached a consensus, I'll pack up and prepare to go to Huqing, Zhang Yinluo suddenly said. Wait. Sun Lang turned his head. What's the matter now? Yinluo hesitated for a moment, stared at Sun Lang, and finally made up her mind. You, come home with me. Sun Lang said with joy. You've thought it through? Thought through your head. Zhang Yinluo rolled her eyes at him. Come back with me to see my father. Sun Lang was overjoyed. Damn, you've accepted your fate? Before Yinluo could say anything, Zhao Feihuang, who had been smiling all this time, jumped up and said, Sun Lang, don't go, her father will eat people. Zhang Yinluo said angrily, Your father is the one who eats people. As soon as she said this, she felt that she had misspoken. After all, Zhao Feihuang's father had passed away a long time ago. Just as she was hesitating whether to apologize, she heard Zhao Feihuang say, My father has been dead for many years. As a ghost, naturally he will eat people. If he comes to the world of the living, he will eat you first, the guy who stole his daughter's husband. Yinluo was more afraid of these kinds of demons and ghosts. Hearing this, she shivered and said angrily, Nonsense! My father doesn't eat people. Zhao Feihuang looked up to the sky and laughed. When it came to quarreling, Zhang Yinluo was no match for her. She said righteously, You are a cow spirit, so your father is naturally a cow spirit too. Which monster doesn't eat people? Zhang Yinluo was furious. You. Okay. Sun Lang waved his hand and said, I really should go with you to the Zhang mansion. Last night, you contradicted your father and openly ran out to be the enemy of the Black Armored Army. Although I don't know why your family was willing to let you out, they must be worried now. No matter what, I have to go back with you to reassure them. Speaking of this, Zhao Feihuang also understood. She also heard a little about what Yinluo did last night. Under the premise that the Zhang mansion knew it was related to the conflict between the Empress and the military officials of Tianyuan, Yinluo could run out under the pressure of his family. Although he had confidence in Sun Lang, he still had to bear a lot of psychological pressure. She said resentfully, "Forget it, for the sake of the cow spirit really did help this time." Yinluo was stunned at first, and then he smiled at Zhao Feihuang. Zhao Feihuang curled her lips and turned her head to one side. For a moment, there was a kind of harmonious atmosphere between the two people who had been tit for tat. Sun Lang nodded. The scene in front of him made him a little bit more confident about his future. Adjusting the relationship in the harem was not that difficult. So he said with a smile, "Everyone has to be good friends." Hearing this, Zhao Feihuang immediately put on a gentle and virtuous appearance, saying softly, "Sir, this concubine does not care how many women you have outside, as long as you still love me." What kind of virtuous and professional aura was this? I almost believed it. With everyone sending them off, Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo left the Marquis of Jingganfu. Recalling the hostile atmosphere between Yinluo and Miss Zhao, he smiled and said, "Actually, Miss Zhao's relationship with you is not bad. Last night's matter, she also owes you a lot." Zhang Yinluo snorted, "You only know how to speak up for her." Sun Lang complained, "How so?" "Yinluo, my feelings for you, can't you feel it? Are you referring to your vulgar eyes and wretched actions that don't stop at all times?" Although Zhang Yinluo said this, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. But very quickly, he looked at Sun Lang with vigilance. "You seem to be very used to handling the relationship between two women. Thinking about it this way, it's true. It's the same between me and Dongfang Xian. It's also the same between me and Zhao Feihuang, and it's also the same between me and General Zhao. You seem to be able to take care of both people's feelings when you're with two women. How are you so skilled?" Sun Lang blinked his large eyes and said innocently, "What?" Zhang Yinluo's gaze became even sharper. "When you were fighting, you didn't owe any romantic debts, right?" Sun Lang laughed. "Are you referring to Chao Patao? Ahahaha, back then, I was so great and righteous, it was normal for me to have admirers and followers, ahahaha. After all, you know, that was a battlefield, and that was in the past, not now. And..." He explained a few words, then took out his trump card. He raised both of his hands and said sincerely, "The current me is very honest. I won't do anything." "You can't do it," Yinluo ridiculed. However, from the girl's gentle gaze, Sun Lang could tell that this time, he had still muddled through. Sigh. She still didn't know that Auntie Lu was immune to the power of health. Also, forget it. Let's just stay like this for now. So, Yinluo, why are we going to your house? You'll know when you get there. Chapter 410. On the way, Yinluo suddenly remembered something. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Sun Lang. Although Sun Lang had just brushed off the questions of, "Why are you so familiar with it?" and "Have you done it many times before?" he still had a lingering fear. His heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Yinluo's eyes became suspicious. "You seem to be a little guilty." Sun Lang looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. He said proudly, "I was a little prince who broke the law when I was young. When I grew up, I was even a big traitor who brought disaster to the country and the people. I have done all kinds of big things. I almost beat the emperor. Why would I be guilty?" Yinluo's eyes became more and more subtle. However, she had been with Sun Lang for a long time. She also knew how cunning this guy was. If he was not willing to say it, no matter how she forced him to say it, he would definitely talk about the southern sky gate as if nothing had happened. She would not be able to get anything out of him. But you will say it sooner or later." She remembered what happened last night. Her face was slightly red, but the corners of her mouth showed a trace of a smile. In that quiet but dangerous night, she had staked everything on one throw. He had confided in her heart, and he had finally told her the secret in his heart. All the doubts she had for a long time were suddenly solved, and what she received was a shocking truth. However, she was not surprised, nor was she afraid. She only felt a faint sense of relief. It was as if everything had happened naturally. She was now concerned about another problem. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "What you said to Master Sanzang. Is it true?" Sun Lang then realized that Yinluo had studied in the Lihua kingdom for 2 years. Now it seemed that she did not go there to plaster herself with gold and brush up on her academic qualifications. Logically speaking, Yinluo's nature was like going to Japan to study, but inexplicably becoming the driver of a giant humanoid weapon. Suddenly, he wanted to see her talent report and extracurricular internship report. Therefore, Yinluo was inexplicably very popular with the Russians. She should know a lot about the Scorching Flame cult and the Lihua kingdom. Therefore, of course, she was very concerned about the things that Sun Lang said. For example, she could complete the essence extraction of oil without relying on the secret methods and runes of the Scorching Flame cult. Oh, come to think of it, the Russians' name for oil was blood of God. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Was my description of the Lihua kingdom accurate?" "No. It was a little too accurate." Zhang Yinluo hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "It scared me. I was also very concerned because the Scorching Flame cult did control a lot of core technologies. If ordinary people secretly conducted experiments on flames and weapons, once discovered, they would be judged as blasphemy by the heresy tribunal. All the related people would be investigated and punished mercilessly." She sighed worriedly and said, "After all, just like the Imperial Army to the Imperium, this is also the fundamental lifeline of the Lihua Kingdom's strength. Think about it, if a civil organization in the Lihua Kingdom suddenly announced that it had cracked the secrets of the Imperial Army and could start production. I'm afraid that it would become the target of public criticism of the 2 kingdoms at the same time. Not only would the Imperium use all its power to wipe it out at any cost, but even the Lihua kingdom would be jealous of the achievements of this organization. Sun Lang, do you understand what I'm saying?" Sun Lang nodded. Compared to the Imperial Army, the secrets of the Lihua kingdom were much easier to crack. After all, his experience in his previous life had already shown that there was no supernatural power, and the souls of human beings were bound by gravity. However, civilizations could still conquer and explore with their wisdom and endless desires. In just a few hundred years, they could complete the intense evolution from iron and fire to electricity and nuclear. This path could be completely replicated. That was why the Lihua kingdom was wary and even wanted to kill him. When the priests of fire, who had been used to controlling the power of fire and ruling the ignorant people with it, suddenly discovered that someone could steal the authority of fire without relying on the secret techniques of the Scorching Flame cult, without the complicated and esoteric runes, and without involving any mysterious power, although the achievements were not as profound and powerful as those of the Scorching Flame cult, they were more suitable for large-scale promotion so that even the humble mortals could use the power at will. How could it be? Even the Empire would be jealous of such an achievement, especially when those idiots were crazily looking for a new way out. It was true that a man's wealth was his own ruin. However, the jade in Sun Lang's hand was not so easy to take. He smiled and said, "That day will come sooner or later. It's an inevitable result of the progress of society, because human desires are endless. As the saying goes, one's lust will be aroused when one has enough food and clothing. Well, when one has enough food and clothing, one will know honor and disgrace. When the world and the ways of the world allow most people to live without worries, they will desire more things. They will be dissatisfied with exploitation, they will oppose oppression, they will demand dignity and power, they will think. It is often accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Only after arduous struggles can there be a good result. Also, as time goes by, because of the deep-rooted nature of human beings, the fruits of hard work will gradually deteriorate. However, a new storm will be brewing in it, and a new revolution will be launched. In the process of blood and correction, the world will gradually become better. That's about it. Right now, after winning the Second War of the Heavens origin sector, the civilization in this world is about to enter a phase of rapid development, because the scientific progress and the redistribution of interests during the war will be fully channeled to the people. The seeds of reform are brewing. Since this day would have come sooner or later, is there any reason why we should not hold the future in our hands? Sun Lang smiled at Zhang Yinluo. This day would have come sooner or later, and my eyes have already seen the future. So, why should we let such a great opportunity fall into someone else's hands? That is to say, Zhang Yinluo was sort of an overseas returnee these days. Also, having been around Sun Lang for a long time, she could understand what he was saying. With a subtle expression, she asked, "You are doing this for the cause of the liberation of human beings and the harmony of the world?" Sun Lang's face immediately showed bewilderment and surprise, but this expression was quickly hidden. He gave a thumbs up and said sonorously, "Yes, comrade. Let's work for the construction of communism together for the rest of our lives." Zhang Yinluo rolled her eyes and said, "I'm convinced now. You are only doing this because you are curious or for fun, aren't you? You do not care about the covetousness and hostility of other countries, nor do you think about the welfare of the people. I can't believe that you can still come up with such a great reason after I asked you." Sun Lang did not refute but smiled. "I have to find something to do, don't I?" Zhang Yinluo was dazed for a moment. Then, she said helplessly, "All right, I was just asking. Now that you have understood the consequences of doing this, it's up to you. After all, you haven't listened to my advice very often." Sun Lang blinked his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry about it. We've known each other for so long. When have you ever seen me suffer losses? Of course, we can't make such a thing public. Don't I always say the same thing?" Then, Zhang Yinluo pursed his lips and laughed with Sun Lang. "Making a fortune without making a sound is the true way to roar." The two of them smiled at each other and ended the topic. They continued to chat as they hurried on their way. Sun Lang and Yinluo chatted and laughed as they looked at the horizon. That was the direction of the imperial capital. After the war, the imperial court decided to open up the borders with the barbarians. It was glorified as opening one's eyes to the world. As for the actual intention, only 3 to 5 people in the entire country knew. You probably didn't know that the solution to the current predicament, the key to the future, the new way out of this country, was actually revealed to you a few years ago as if nothing had happened. However, even if you can remember it now, even if you know about it, do you have the courage to do it? If you don't make a decision, I'll have to make it for you. Anyway, I'm a visitor from another world. I have no country and no home. I have wild ambitions and no taboos. I don't have the ancestral mountains to protect, the country to maintain, huge interests to protect, and a large number of wolves to feed. Now I suddenly realized that the process of revenge can be very long. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and said excitedly, "I've decided, Yinluo. I'm going to export revolution all over the world. In the future, in history textbooks, I'll be a great thinker, a revolutionary, a military strategist, and a proletarian mentor. I'll be the kind of person who makes primary and secondary school students gnash their teeth in pain." Yinluo looked helpless. "Here we go again. What's that?" Sun Lang said proudly, "The founder of the Sickle and Hammer Divine sect, the first-generation leader of all red countries, wrote books and established doctrines, and has countless disciples and grand disciples under his command. He is the sage who changed the Middle. Changed the world." Zhang Yinluo nodded perfunctorily. Yes, but a sage can't be lustful. Otherwise, people won't be convinced. Sun Lang was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "Is that so? Then forget it." As a result, the future world lost a great proletarian mentor, probably. It was already late and the lanterns had been lit. The Zhang mansion had also hung up the lanterns. Mingzhou City had been in a mess for the past 2 days. For various reasons, the big families had increased the number of guards in their courtyards. At this moment, there were 2 guards standing in front of the Zhang mansion. Both of them had sabers at their waist. Their eyes were solemn and vigilant, and they were obviously elite. Noticing the 2 people who were coming, they saluted and said, "Miss, and this is—" Sun Lang extended his hand and picked his nose arrogantly. Then, he raised his chin and snorted with his nostrils. He said arrogantly, "Don't you have eyes? I'm the son-in-law who is going to cheat his daughter of her dowry." Zhang Yinluo kicked him expressionlessly. Then, he smiled apologetically at the 2 guards. "Brothers, I brought him to see my grandpa. Don't worry. He won't cause any trouble." The 2 guards looked at each other. As the security guards of the Zhang mansion, they were quite well informed. Although they didn't personally experience what happened last night, they heard the sound of the chariot that almost woke up half of the Zhang mansion. They also knew that the eldest miss in front of them was a fierce person who dared to contradict the old master and then rushed out of the Zhang mansion with a nun riding an iron horse. Now, the eldest miss actually brought a man back and didn't raise any objection to the so-called son-in-law who lives off women. They glanced at Sun Lang without batting an eyelid. Between this man and their master, only one could survive. Then, the 2 guards immediately pushed open the closed door. "Please come in." Zhang Yinluo smiled. Then, she grabbed Sun Lang's arm and dragged him into the mansion. As she dragged him, she warned in a low voice, "Don't say strange things. Don't be rude to my grandpa. Don't bully my father. In short, you're also not allowed to put on airs in front of my father and grandpa. Do you understand?" Sun Lang chuckled. "Don't worry. I'm famous for respecting the old and loving the young. Moreover, even if I'm arrogant in front of your father, won't I still be his future son-in-law?" Zhang Yinluo's long, shapely eyebrows rose. Her face was red as she angrily said, "Don't call him father-in-law. Do you want to anger him to death?" Sun Lang blinked his eyes and nodded in agreement. The 2 of them faced the surprised gazes of the maidservants, guards, and other people in the mansion. They passed through the front yard and the corridor, following the path of a small garden. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of them. A dignified middle-aged man walked towards them. Between his eyebrows, there was a dignified aura. Zhang Yinluo exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh no!" With Sun Lang's skills, he could use the King Kong finger to break the stone slab under his feet and then dig out a lump of mud. Then, he could use the Shaoli flying dagger technique to throw this hidden weapon with the ability to deprive one's vision and paste it on Yinluo's face. Taking advantage of the darkness in front of him, he could grab Yinluo and hide in a dark corner or directly fly to the roof. Then, he could escape without being discovered. But since Yinluo forbade him from bullying his father-in-law, then as a sensible and obedient man, Sun Lang naturally would not do such a thing. Thus, he stood obediently beside Yinluo, raised his hand, and greeted the stunned Mr. Zhang. "Hi." Mr. Zhang regained his senses. He looked at Zhang Yinluo and then looked at Sun Lang. His face turned green, but he did not immediately get angry. Instead, he looked at his daughter and said coldly, "Yo-ho, the water that was splashed out. You brought back the broken basin that you found outside?" Zhang Yinluo was stunned for a moment, and then her face suddenly turned red. She immediately remembered the words that she shouted without thinking last night. She stamped her feet and said, "Father, why are you like this?" Sun Lang scratched his face and said with interest, "Is it a new joke that just appeared last night?" Zhang Yinluo said loudly, "No. Don't ask. Mr. Zhang looked at the flirting couple, and the more he looked, the angrier he got. He snorted coldly, "What, are you back to show off?" Sun Lang's mouth was really annoying. Hearing this, he immediately said, "No, we are here to divide the family property." Zhang Yinluo's elbow was as fast as lightning. She nudged Sun Lang and said before her father got angry, "Father, don't listen to his nonsense. It is Grandpa who wants to see him. Don't mention it." Once it was mentioned, Mr. Zhang's anger couldn't be suppressed. He was beaten by his father for no reason last night. Although he didn't know why, it was definitely related to this guy. Besides, Zhang Yinluo had taken advantage of his father last night to rob him. He said angrily, "What, with your grandpa's support, you don't even care about me?" Zhang Yinluo was embarrassed. She nudged Sun Lang again, indicating that Sun Lang should say something. At the critical moment, Sun Lang was still very reliable. He smiled elegantly and bowed. His face was sincere, his expression was on point, and his actions were appropriate. He smiled and said, "I am Sun Lang. Nice to meet you, uncle. I was naughty in the past and offended you. I hope that you will be magnanimous and forgive me. I am very grateful." Mr. Zhang was mentally prepared for Sun Lang to say vulgar words. He didn't expect this guy to change his attitude. He snorted twice and didn't find any trap. But how could the deep hatred of taking away his daughter, which made him so angry that he almost exploded, be resolved by a few soft words? He said coldly, "Naughty? I think you are more than naughty. You cheated my daughter and came to me to talk nonsense. Now you have the face to call me uncle." Then, Sun Lang was silent for a moment, and said tentatively, "Father?" After a moment, Mr. Zhang's roar came from the small garden, "Yinluo? Stop right there. Today I must break this guy's head." Then Sun Lang also shouted, not to be outdone. He said anxiously, "Yinluo, take me away. Take me away. If you are too slow, I am afraid that I will kill your father." "Shut up. Ah." The stupid father-in-law, the silly daughter, and the bastard son-in-law chased each other in the mansion. Mr. Zhang was furious, gnashing his teeth, and his robe was fluttering. He had used his martial arts to the extreme. However, Sun Lang was the honorary chief instructor of the Hong Kong level reporters in the news department of Embroidery Hall. Even if he took Zhang Yinluo with him, Mr. Zhang couldn't catch up with them. Soon, they left his angry father-in-law behind. Zhang Yinluo didn't have time to get angry. She looked carefully and pointed to the front, saying, "It's there." Sun Lang held Yinluo's small hand and brought her a few leaps to this quiet and remote courtyard. As soon as their feet touched the ground, there was a sharp sound of wind coming from the left and right. Sun Lang raised his leg, and with two bangs, he immediately kicked the two ambushers, sending them tumbling to the side. Zhang Yinluo didn't even have the strength to get angry. She said crazily, "They are the servants of the family who are responsible for protecting my grandfather. Why did you hit them again?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "These two consecrators recognized you, so they attacked me mercilessly. Naturally, I wanted to let them know who I am and learn from their mistakes, so that they won't get beaten up again." Zhang Yinluo was stunned for a moment, but then she heard an old and deep voice coming from the building. "Inform the family that if they see this young master in the future, they must treat him with respect. They are not allowed to be rude." Zhang Yinluo turned her head and said, "Grandfather." There was a moment of silence inside. It seemed that the previous family head, who still maintained great prestige in the Zhang family, didn't know what to say at this moment. However, he quickly said, Bring this young master in." Yinluo looked at Sun Lang with some helplessness in her eyes. The girl wasn't stupid. She could hear the hesitation and excessive politeness in her grandfather's words. To make this old man who used to command the world so hesitant and cautious, it must be because of the man in front of her. Sigh, this guy. Sun Lang smiled at her and winked mischievously. Looking at this guy's familiar cheap smile, Yinluo's somewhat gloomy mood improved again. The two of them pushed open the door together. Under the bright light, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting at the table playing chess with himself. Hearing the sound, he raised his head and looked deeply at Sun Lang. Although it was very soft, Yinluo could still clearly hear her grandfather draw in a cold breath. The old man hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Go outside first and stay away. I want to say a few words to this young master. Yinluo first nodded, then remembered something and hurried to her grandfather's side. She first looked at Sun Lang and said, You're not allowed to eavesdrop. Sun Lang nodded. Thus, Yinluo whispered a few words into her grandfather's ear. If Sun Lang wanted to, he could even hear the sound of ant queens having sex in the ant nests several meters below his feet. But since Yinluo didn't want him to listen, he naturally wouldn't listen. After saying that, Yinluo glanced at Sun Lang a few times, using his eyes to express a certain amount of warning and hinting. Then, he left the room, closed the door and walked far away. Only Sun Lang and Grandpa Zhang were left in the room. Yinluo's grandfather looked at Sun Lang, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, You are Marshal Jia? Bullshit. Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, You're really handsome. Obviously, Grandpa Zhang wasn't used to Sun Lang's way of speaking. He laughed bitterly and straightened up. It shouldn't be wrong. Marshal, Sun Lang directly said, No need to kneel. I'm not used to it. Grandpa Zhang's eyes flashed. Not used to it? Marshal's temperament is quite special. Sun Lang pulled over a chair from the guest area and sat on it. He said indifferently, Character and concept dictate. At the beginning, when I see many people kneeling in front of me, either humble, worshipping, or in awe as the spiritual leader of all living things, I feel a great sense of satisfaction. But after the initial feeling of floating in the air, I will feel a little uncomfortable, and then I will be fed up. He looked like he was recalling the past, then shook his head and said, After all, temperament depends on the environment I grew up in. Take the emperor in the palace as an example. I'm afraid that he thought he was superior to others since he was a child and deserved to be worshipped by the whole world. But I'm just a commoner. Since I was a child, I've always thought that people have knees to walk on. Now I still think I'm right. The old man nodded and said, Marshal, you're kind. We're just ordinary people, but we're used to kneeling and being kneeled. Well, let's cut to the chase. Yesterday, I found you here, so I wanted to pay you a visit, but I didn't know how to start. I'm afraid you'll be annoyed if I go there without a proper reason. Today, I'm honored to have you here. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Sun Lang with both hands. Sun Lang took it and thanked him. Then, the old master poured a cup for himself as well. He took a sip and said slowly, This old man wants to see the marshal. I do have something important to ask you, but your status is revered and you are a guest, so your matter is even more important. Marshal, that girl Yinluo brought you here because of Mingzhou's great general Qi Guanyin. Chapter 411. Marshal, Yinluo brought you here because of the general of Mingzhou, Qi Guanyin. Sun Lang narrowed his eyes and said with great interest, No wonder Yinluo looked a bit unnatural when she heard that the person I was waiting for today was Qi Guanyin. I asked her to do me a favor, but she blurted out that she had no say in the family. What? Is the Zhang mansion colluding with Qi Guanyin? Colluding. Old Master Zhang had a strange look on his face. It was the first time he talked with Sun Lang face to face, so he was not used to Sun Lang's way of speaking. Could it be called colluding when a gentleman befriended a general? As the former patriarch of the Zhang mansion, he could make Mingzhou city tremble with a stomp of his foot. He was the brother of the current governor of Mingzhou and was a leading figure of the powerful families of Mingzhou 2 generations ago. The people he interacted with were all patriarchs of wealthy families and civil and military officials. Everyone spoke politely to him, and he was extremely elegant. Now that he met someone like Sun Lang, who kept talking about collusion, he really couldn't get used to it. But what could he do? He could only get used to it. He shook his head with a wry smile, and then calmly said, "The Zhang clan can be considered a prominent clan in the northern border. They have a flourishing population and countless branches. It can also be considered a large clan. In order to win the hearts of the people and protect its foundation, the most important thing is money, grain, and silk." Where did the word money come from? It comes from collecting rent and opening shops, but it is not enough to make a huge profit. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table and said indifferently, "The most profitable business is the merchant business, and the most profitable business is the exclusive sale, the trade that no one else has. How can one ensure that one's own business is unique and won't be snatched and divided by one's competitors? Secrecy and suppression are only passive defensive method. The most effective way is to seek the government's recognition and help. Marshal, do you understand?" Sun Lang naturally understood. He concluded, "It is a monopoly business with the government as its backer. You must seek to monopolize the market. Looking left and right to gain market advantage, that is exactly what a monopoly is." Grandmaster Zhang nodded and said, "Nowadays, the Zhang mansion is thriving and has a promising future. The monopoly business is the exclusive trade with the Lihua nation. If we want to maintain this monopoly, we have to bribe the key people. Among them, General Qi, who controls the military power of one province in Ming Province and is in charge of transferring the troops stationed in the border defense station, is the first person we have to bribe. That's probably what the marshal means by collusion." Sun Lang smiled and said, "You're really straightforward. You didn't hide anything." The old master smiled and said, "The marshal is like a phoenix, and the Zhang mansion is like an owl. In your eyes, this trade route is just a small mouse. The owl will eat this mouse, but will you care about it?" Sun Lang's smile didn't change. "Maybe I want to try something new for a change." The old master also kept his smile. The huge profits from this trade route with the Lihua nation belong to the Zhang mansion, but they will belong to the girl Yinluo sooner or later. If the marshal wants to try something new, of course we'll give it to you with both hands. Sun Lang was surprised. "So, Yinluo has been appointed as the next family head?" The old master was so scared that he waved his hands. "Marshal, don't make fun of me. That's not the right way to use the word appointed. I'm too old to be frightened. Are you kidding me? How could the marshal of the empire not know about this?" Although the old man was complaining in his mind, he wouldn't say it out loud. He smiled and said, "But Yinluo will be the next family head, which was decided more than a year ago. Otherwise, why would my foolish son fly into such a rage? If I hadn't stopped him, he would have gone to you with a saber." Sun Lang also smiled. He wasn't familiar with the old master in front of him, and Sun Lang's identity was a bit special. From Yinluo's perspective, the old master could call himself the grandfather of Yinluo, but Sun Lang was the famous and invincible former marshal of the empire. The old master was so cautious that he wouldn't dare to let Sun Lang call him grandfather even if he was beaten to death. Therefore, it was quite awkward for the two of them to get along. But now, when they talked about Yinluo, they finally had a common topic. When they talked about the silly son of the old master, the atmosphere between the two of them was quite harmonious. Maybe they had reached some kind of happy consensus. When they talked about Zhang Yinluo, Sun Lang was obviously very interested. He even put the matter of Qi Guanyin aside. But it's still strange. Yinluo is a girl. Why is she appointed as the family head? Isn't it because of the business route? The old man smiled bitterly. "I'm ashamed to say this, but I spent half of my life establishing and managing the trade with the Lihua kingdom, and I barely managed to achieve results that were above my expectations. The strength of the Zhang family rose to a higher level, and I was appointed as the patriarch of the Zhang family because of that. However, the real development of this business and its brilliance was because of Yin Luo. Sun Lang's expression changed. Are you referring to the fact that she somehow thrived in the Kingdom of Fire? The old master said with a smile, yes. It was completely uncanny and a pleasant surprise. Yin Luo requested to travel to the Kingdom of Fire at that time. At that time, the family had just established itself in St. Yuri Castle. We thought that it would not be a bad idea to let the excellent descendants of the family study there and make friends with the descendants of the nobles in the Kingdom of Fire. But as it turned out, the girl gave us such a great shock, there was no telling whether he was shocked or delighted. The Kingdom of Fire is founded on theocracy. The difference between men and women is even greater than that of the Imperium. She was arranged to go to the girls' school that only noble women could study. First of all, she was highly valued because of her bloodline of the Imperium. After she revealed her martial arts, she was even specially hired by the school as a combat instructor to teach the noble ladies of the Kingdom of Fire self-defense. After all, what she learned in the spiritual Vulture Palace was very suitable for women. Sun Lang had a subtle expression on his face as he listened. What's with this kind of déjà vu opening? The old master sighed. What happened later was even more unbelievable, but it was not something that we could learn. After all, as the Marshal of the Imperium, you should know the situation in the Kingdom of Fire like the back of your hand. The things that the Church of Fire wanted to keep secret were not something that the Zhang family, a foreign family, could learn. The information that we vaguely learned was that Yin Luo met a noble lady in the school and was involved in some kind of incident. Then, she made great contributions by accident. Sun Lang asked, "What contributions?" "It's not that I want to hide it, but I really don't know." The old Master Zhang recalled what happened at that time, and his face was still full of horror and confusion. He smiled bitterly. The Church of Fire even sent a messenger across the northern border from Fort St. Yuri to Mingzhou in accordance with the military tradition of the Kingdom of Fire. They handed us a reward and commendation order. There was even a thank-you letter written by the Emperor himself, saying that the girl Yin Luo won the Live Fire Medal and became the super war hero of the Kingdom of Fire. We were really shocked. I've heard that she even won a Live Fire Medal. Sun Lang stroked his chin. I've only seen that thing in Long Wanda's place. It's very cool. I didn't expect that Yin Luo also had one. She's probably the first foreigner to win the Live Fire Medal. But I was also awarded the Victory Medal by the Kingdom of Fire, and I think I'm the first person to win it. Ha, then we're quite a match. He scratched his head. Speaking of which, that thing should be buried in my cenotaph right now. I'll go back and dig it up someday and take out all my belongings. The smile on the old Master Zhang's face grew wider when he heard the words, "We're quite a match." But when he heard the words, cenotaph, his smile became subtle. He could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. I think I understand. That is to say, the trade with the Kingdom of Fire is getting better and better, because Yin Luo has done a lot in the Kingdom of Fire, so she has a high reputation. The Zhang family can rise and have a bright future in the northern border because of Yin Luo, right? Sun Lang said with a smile. So, since you attach great importance to this trade, you've decided to appoint Yin Luo as the head of the Zhang family, so that your friendship with the Kingdom of Fire can last forever. There was no need to hide it, so the old Master Zhang said straightforwardly, "That's right." In fact, the marshal should have noticed some clues. The Zhang family even gave Yin Luo a rare imperial army sword. After she came back, the Zhang family spent a lot of effort to pave the way for her and arrange for her to enter the six-fan school system. The purpose was to train her and let her accumulate experience and connections. Even when she resigned and ran away with you, we didn't intervene by force. He smiled and said, At that time, I just thought that you were a young hero with excellent kung fu who was taught by a hermit master. So I just observed you and let Yinluo do whatever she wanted. After all, with Yinluo's status, he didn't need any means of marriage. Besides, she was also a competitive woman. If the Zhang family forced her to marry, she would make a scene and snatch the armor of the Kingdom of Fire and fight her way out of Mingzhou to the Kingdom of Fire. In that case, the Zhang family would go for wool and come home shorn. So, at that time, I thought that if the two of you were really in love with each other, then recruiting a young man with strong martial arts and whom Yinluo liked would be a happy thing for everyone. Who knew? He smiled bitterly and continued, the matter of recruiting a son-in-law, the Zhang residents would never dare to mention it. Sun Lang didn't answer the old Master Zhang's words. He shook his head with a smile. It's the clothes. You guys. After all, your vision is too small. You want to make Yinluo the next head of the Zhang family. You want to rely on Yinluo's close relationship with the Kingdom of Fire to firmly control the trade route with the Kingdom of Fire and even achieve a monopoly. With the opening policy of the Imperial Court in the past 2 years, you do have a bright future and can even make a lot of money. But have you ever thought that, if there is a war between Hudu and the Kingdom of Fire in the future, how will Yinluo deal with it? What will the Zhang family do? I'm afraid that the Imperial Court will be the first to punish you. But it doesn't matter. Now that I'm here, this kind of thing will never happen again. Facing the calm and eager eyes of the old Master Zhang, Sun Lang didn't say what the old master wanted to hear the most. He nodded and said, I think I know. Now, let's go back to the original topic. Tell me about the general of Mingzhou, Qi Guanyin. Although Grandpa Zhang was a bit disappointed, he didn't dare to urge or force him. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, Last night, the black armored army entered the city, and the thunder bow's strings shone brightly. This morning, the Ranger Guild was closed. Before I talk about General Qi, may I ask if the Heavenly Policy Mansion had a conflict with General Hu? Sun Lang smiled and said, I don't have any secrets to hide from others. You are Yinluo's elder, so I can tell you. But are you sure you want to know? The old master said seriously, regardless of Yinluo's intention, do you think the Zhang family can still get benefits from both sides at this time? Even if you don't mind, I've heard about His Highness Empress's temperament and means. That's why it was said that this kind of old man was very particular with his words. Even though his words were impassioned and resolute, he was still beating around the bush to point out that our Zhang manor was forced to stand against the Heavenly Policy manor because of your affair with Yinluo. You must protect us and compensate us or something along those lines. Sun Lang was well aware of it. He nodded and said, Yes, the Tensei province wants to kill Hu Shoshin. Last night, the marshal pulled the thunder bow and shot the thunder bow to show his attitude. Grandpa Zhang said indifferently, The Zhang mansion is willing to do anything for you and listen to your orders. I have another important matter to report. Qi Guanyin, the great general of Mingzhou, is probably a henchman of the Empress concubine. You must investigate him. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows and said, Really? Why didn't he take part in the siege of Hu Shoshin last night? If he was involved in the plan, I'm afraid that last night's incident would be very troublesome. It's absolutely true. I'm afraid that Qi Guanyin secretly sided with Empress before he took office. The Zhang family has a lot of information. The old Master Zhang said calmly, If the marshal has any doubts, we'll present you with evidence. Sun Lang pondered and said, If it's true, why didn't that woman ask Qi Guanyin to do it? First of all, the siege of a meritorious official of Tianyuan is too shocking and must be kept secret. Although Qi Guanyin has sided with Empress, he's only a subordinate in the officialdom and politics. He can't be counted as a trusted subordinate. In order to keep it a secret, they must keep it a secret. Second of all, he must have another mission. Hearing Sun Lang's soliloquy, Grandpa Zhang cautiously interjected, "Is the marshal wondering why the thunder bow shook the city last night? It was earth-shattering. The Yamen in Mingzhou must have been frightened. Given His Excellency the prefecture overseer's temperament, he must have asked the great general of Mingzhou to come back before he dared to intervene in the investigation." Sun Lang was refreshed. "You know? I happen to know." The old Master Zhang nodded and said, "3 days ago, General Qi gathered several camps of soldiers and horses and led them north. But the general is good at managing the army and has elite scouts. The Zhang family's spies didn't dare to get close at all. They could only follow the tracks left behind by the army from afar. They don't know what they're going to do." "North?" Sun Lang pondered and said, "Why is Qi Guanyin leading the army towards Old Harry?" Right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand and the window behind him suddenly opened. In the pitch-black night sky, a purple bolt of lightning suddenly shot into the sky. Marquis Jing'an's Fu. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The moon hung high in the sky. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimneys of Marquis Jing'an's Fu. The aroma of dishes floated in the air. The servants were already preparing to eat, but the mistress of the Marquis Fu was in the hall, waiting for Sun Lang to come back. Hu Shouxin and his family temporarily stayed in Marquis Jing'an's Fu to wait for the limelight to pass. Although Madame Hu was pregnant for 9 months, she still came with her daughter. Because her father lost a bet with Sun Lang, this little girl was forced to name her Huda. Although she was a little shy at the beginning, she quickly became good friends with Dongfang Xin and Zhu Ying. The 3 playful little girls immediately began to compete with each other. Zhao Feihuang sat next to Madame Hu and asked her this and that with a serious expression. Occasionally, he nodded, as if he was asking for advice about some great experience. In short, Su Qinghuan's face was slightly red and she was restless. Hu Shouxin was very vigilant. At this moment, he was sitting on the roof, looking in all directions and paying attention to any possible changes. Earlier, Master Sanzang used the excuse of having to do an evening class to leave after apologizing to Miss Zhao. Because she found a rare opportunity, there was something important that she wanted to do last night. Umitba, this poor nun just wanted to try. She put her palms together and kept apologizing to Buddha, but her body was very obedient. She had already moved quickly towards a certain direction of the Marquis Fu. Logically speaking, Master Sanzang felt that the impact of last night was more shocking than all the strange things she had seen in the past few years. The roar of the sharp firearms fired from the fire country and the pungent smoke in the air gave her a feeling that was even more enchanting and exciting than the chanting of sutras and the smell of incense in the temple. The pleasant notes played by the fire god's fury in her hands were much better than the sounds of knocking on the wooden fish and ringing the morning bell. It left an incomparably deep impression on her. There was also the iron horse from the fire country, the strange red light that dispelled the darkness, the roar that was like the roar of a fierce beast, and the speed that was as fast as lightning. It was much better than all the horses she had ridden before. And what made her even more enthralled was that the speed, direction, galloping and stopping, turning and flying, everything was under her control. It could be said that she could command it as if it was her own arm. The unity of man and horse that the world's riders and generals pursued could be easily achieved here. But what left the deepest impression on her was none other than benefactor Zhang Yinluo's flaming sun power armor. The paint that was like a phoenix bathed in fire, the thick armor that covered the whole body, and the various weapons hidden in the armor, gave people the killing beauty of an Azura, the perfect combination of power and magnificence. She really wanted to try it, so much so that when Benefactor Zhang went to find Benefactor Sun last night, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and tried to activate the flaming sun power armor. But obviously she failed. She didn't have Benefactor Zhang's ring and didn't know the incantation to activate it. The power armor in her hands was naturally a big piece of welded iron. She once thought that only Benefactor Zhang could use this power armor, but Benefactor Sun's actions last night changed her opinion. She saw with her own eyes that Benefactor Sun only patted the power armor and chanted a few incantations, and the power armor opened up obediently, allowing him to walk in calmly. Most importantly, she understood those incantations. It was the language of the earth. She remembered it. When she thought of this, her meditative mind, which hadn't been cultivated in recent years, was on the verge of collapse. It made her heart pound wildly, and she almost couldn't hold back her excitement, like a child opening a 6 file for the first time. She wanted to try it last night, but unfortunately, after Benefactor Sun sent Benefactor Hu and his family to the Marquis Mansion, Benefactor Zhang took the power armor back to his room. After Benefactor Sun followed Benefactor Zhang into the room with a dazed expression, he was chased out in just a moment. Then, Benefactor Sun jumped onto a roof with a melancholy expression, sighing at the moon and muttering things like, "I want to cultivate immortality, happiness is boundless." He actually sat there until dawn. So she didn't have any chance to try it. But now, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived. Benefactor Zhang and Benefactor Sun left together. Miss Zhao was protected by Benefactor Hu, and everyone was waiting in the dining room for Benefactor Sun to come back for dinner. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master Sanzang's feet moved like the wind, and he arrived at the courtyard where Benefactor Zhang lived. Suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the power armor was actually standing under the roof outside the house. Amitabha, Buddha bless me! She was so excited that she couldn't wait to shout the name of Buddha. It was really Buddha's mercy. If this power armor was in Benefactor Zhang's room, she might have to struggle internally whether or not to barge into the room and recite a few scriptures. But now that the power armor was actually outside the house, this poor nun would just casually try it out. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with that. The overly excited Master Sanzang actually ignored the matter of, why did the power armor that was clearly in the house last night suddenly appear outside now? She took a deep breath and walked quickly to the front of the power armor. First, she put her palms together and saluted. Then, she chanted a few words of the Diamond Sutra to boost her courage. Then, she tremblingly pressed her hands on the power armor and made up her mind. Under the moonlight, in the small courtyard, a nun wearing a gorgeous monk's robe covered with Sanskrit opened her beautiful eyes, opened her round and beautiful cherry lips, and shouted in an extremely solemn tone, "Insert the activation key. Activate the chain control. Connect the thermal device. Turn on the power. Increase the thrust." She used all the strength in her body, and even used the lion's roar technique. Her long hair fluttered, and her expression was holy as she shouted, "Forward! War God Vajra!" Because she could not help it, her voice was a little louder, so much so that Hu Shoshin, who was standing guard on the roof, could vaguely hear it. He dug his ears and said with some uncertainty, "Hey, isn't this the line from the story of the giant robot called King of Beasts that Sun Lang told in the army during the war?" So, naturally, the incantation did not have any effect. She blinked her eyes and was a little surprised. However, with her simple and honest personality, the first thing that came to her mind was naturally not "Sun Lang is lying to me," but could it be that I read it wrongly? So, she read it again loudly. Still, it did not work. She frowned and began to think carefully. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. This is a foreign creation, and it believes in the spirit of fire. Is it against me, a Buddhist disciple? At least, as a nun, she had a little respect for the head of the Buddhist sect. She did not shout, "Big brother, I don't want to follow you anymore," to activate the flaming sun power armor. But still, she sighed, put her palms together, and prayed to the sky, "Buddha, disciple Sanzang." Just as she said this, she suddenly saw a flash of fire in the sky. A bright fireball came from afar, and without saying anything, it came crashing down on her head. Nan Sanwo. Chapter 4:13. Angry. Completely angry. Although it was only a flame saint soul that was used to assist the pilot in battle, Euphemia was truly angry. The helmet shone with a strange red light. The Lone Ranger stood up and clenched his fist. He shouted angrily, "The seraph is not to be insulted. Heretic! What did you say? Eh? Why didn't it work?" Benefactor's son had clearly kicked the battle armor and then shouted, "Open sesame, your mother." Then, the cockpit automatically opened and released Benefactor Long, didn't it? Why didn't my shouting work? Sanzang blinked. She seemed to think that this did not make sense. She faced Euphemia's angry roar and question, and repeated herself foolishly. F***ck your mother, open sesame? Divine punishment of fire shall be given to the rude heretic. Euphemia's rage bar was instantly filled. He raised his fist and punched Sanzang's head. "I, Euphemia, will beat you to death today." This merciless punch stirred up a strong wind that blew Sanzang's long hair. After another failed attempt, she finally understood the situation. She could not understand. She really could not understand. This poor nun was the one who did it first. Whether you think the armor of the Li-Fire Nation is cool or discover the Seraph armor, this poor nun was the one who did it first. Why is it like this? Why can Benefactor's son do it but I can't? How many times has Benefactor's son done this? Why is he so familiar with it? With a loud bang, the iron fist of the blazing angel armor collided with a fair and elegant fist. The collision of the two enormous forces stirred up a violent airflow that dissipated outwards. Master Sanzang blocked the raging flame iron fist. His head was slightly lowered as he muttered, "Fake, it's all fake. The generous gift of Buddha doesn't exist at all." Euphemia was puzzled. "What did you say?" "I said." Sanzang showed a fierce expression. He raised his other fist and roared with the Buddhist lion roar technique. "Buddha, I don't want to be a nun anymore." Another heavy fist came crashing down with the force of wind and thunder. With a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, Sanzang used the Buddha's thousand-hand technique and swung his fists with raging flames, going head-to-head with the huge seraph armor. Evil creature, evil creature, evil creature, evil creature, evil creature. This was what Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo saw when they rushed over. Under the moonlight, above the ruins, the gorgeous and blazing Iron Giant and the nun in a cassock shining with the light of Buddha were engaged in an exciting and wonderful battle that was beyond human understanding. Sun Lang looked at it for a moment and looked around in shock. Then, he said to Yinluo in surprise, "Only the substitute emissary can see the substitute." "Yinluo, I think I've awakened." Zhang Yinluo had just heard from Sun Lang that a blazing angel had fallen into the inner courtyard of the Marquis of Jing'an-Fu. As an old friend of the people of Lihua, the legendary returnee, she was naturally shocked. Think about it. If you went to Japan to study abroad, and by some freak combination of factors, you were selected to become an Earth defense youth who controlled a huge robot to fight against aliens. 2 years later, when you returned home after graduation, you would be shocked to suddenly hear from your neighbor, Dopey, that a Gundam had fallen from the mountain behind his house, right? Sun Lang did not lie to her. She quickly saw Sanzang and the Lone Ranger blazing angel armor engaged in a physical brawl. But even though it was a major event like the fall of a blazing angel, seeing this wonderful and delightful scene, she felt very strange. Hearing Sun Lang's nonsense, she helplessly said, "Stop fooling around, hurry and separate the two of them." Sun Lang nodded and then clapped his hands hard, saying loudly, stop for a moment, don't fight, what are the benefits of Jinkala?" Unfortunately, both sides of the brawl were caught in the raging flames of anger, who would pay attention to him. Sun Lang shouted a few more times, but there was no response at all. Only the roar of the collision of fists continued to resound in the sky. Sun Lang frowned. Both sides were violently punching each other, but the noise was getting louder and louder. If the matter of the blazing angel was spread out and they did not do anything, and the Tensei province received the news, with that woman's scheming mind, it was very likely that she would be the first to take the blame for shooting down the blazing angel on his head. At that time, he would be in a passive position. It was not a big deal for the Lihua kingdom to criticize him, but it would be troublesome if the arms trade and the introduction of the production line were delayed. He took a few steps forward and entered the range of the brawl. The heavy wind of the fists and palms was no different from a hair-dryer to him, but how to stop these two guys was really a problem. The blazing angel armor without a pilot, and the mage Sanzang who seemed to have lost his mind. If he wanted to defeat both of them at the same time, it would only be a swift surprise attack. But the problem was that although the mage Sanzang killed, set fire, drank, ate meat, and raced cars without shaving his head, he was still a good girl. He sighed, pinched his nose and took a few more steps forward to the core of the brawl. The mage and the blazing angel were fighting tit for tat, the surrounding wind was like a knife, and the air was rumbling and vibrating. Sun Lang covered his ears and went behind the blazing angel, stretched out his leg and kicked its leg armor, and shouted, "Hey, Long Wanda is calling you home for dinner." Yufel roared, "Eat shit!" Sun Lang went behind the mage Sanzang again. "Hey mage, open sesame your mother." Obviously, the two opponents who were brawling had fallen into a world of hatred where only the two of them were present. Obviously, Sun Lang seemed to have heard the curses of the two as insults directed at him. "Motherf cursing me?" Sun Lang was furious. "Gandalf, I don't want to be a Jedi anymore. The water element that fills heaven and earth. Heed my call. Flower-pinching finger, dehydrate you." During the Spiritual Mountain Conference, the revered one had pinched a flower in public. Everyone was silent at the time, and only Maha Kasyapa broke into a smile. This was the origin of the ultimate Buddhist technique, flower-pinching finger. Sun Lang's figure turned into an ethereal shadow, like a falling flower between heaven and earth, ordinary and inconspicuous, born in tranquility and falling in tranquility. Then, with a pinch of his Buddha hand, Sun Lang's figure became clear again, and he turned around, pinched 3 fingers on his right hand, and smiled at Zhang Yinluo. Behind him, Yufel and Sanzang's figures stopped, their bodies trembling violently. With a loud bang, the huge seraph armor fell to the ground, making a series of incomprehensible noises. Then, with a kick of its hind legs, it could no longer move. Sanzang, on the other hand, lived up to his name as the demon monk of the Deju Temple, the future legend of Mount Akina, and the eye-catching genius of the younger generation of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. His skills were profound and his will was firm. The anger in her eyes faded, replaced by disbelief and confusion. She clutched her abdomen, her face flushed red, and took a deep breath, her body on the verge of collapse. After a moment, she let out a long sigh and looked up to the sky. "Sin. I even violated the precept of lust." Then, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, her body twitching a few times. Sun Lang's smile was otherworldly and indifferent, as if he had seen through the mortal world and the true meaning of this world. He said softly, "This is the ultimate Buddhist technique, flower-pinching smile." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yinluo's hand chopped down, and he shouted, "It's your ghost! How can Buddhist martial arts be so obscene and licentious? You pervert, you won't even let a nun go. Also, what's the matter with that seraph? How can a machine be affected by your perverted ability?" Sun Lang gave a thumbs up. "This is the power of a substitute. Don't say things I don't understand. The reason the seraph was affected is not because of the power of the Great Protector." Sun Lang smiled. After all, they are of the same origin. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now that a seraph has landed in Mingzhou, it's not a small problem, and it's not a big problem. We should keep the news under wrap. As the auxiliary machine soul of the seraph armor, Euphemia has a certain degree of autonomy, and his personality is similar to that of a Russian. If he doesn't obey orders and makes a fuss all day long, it won't be a problem. Zhang Yinluo still didn't understand what was going on. He only heard from Sun Lang that a seraph had fallen here, so he rushed over anxiously. Now that he saw that it was true, he asked questions like a machine gun. So what's going on? This is the Lone Walker? How did it fall here? How did the pilot get hurt? No, we have to inform the officials of the theocracy immediately. Sun Lang stretched out his hand to stop her. He smiled and said, slow down, slow down. My young miss, this matter isn't so simple. I know you have a good relationship with Old Harry, but we are also good friends with Long Wanda. Before the situation is clear, we can't send him back to the Li-Fire country to die. Zhang Yinluo blinked. Die? Sun Lang nodded. Yes, take a look for yourself. The seraph armor didn't suffer any fatal damage, but the pilot, Long Wanda, is seriously injured and unconscious. He won't be able to wake up in a short time. You studied in the Li-Fire Kingdom for 2 years, and even became a flame paladin. You know the military system and equipment of the Li-Fire Kingdom like the back of your hand. How is it, do you think of anything? Zhang Yinluo didn't understand at first, but after Sun Lang's reminder, her delicate body trembled, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Could it be the Order's pursuit? No, not to mention that the members of the Seraph are the most loyal and powerful legendary warriors of the Order. There is no reason for them to betray us. Moreover, if they really did commit a serious crime, there is no chance for them to escape to the Empire with the Seraph. The Order can make the auxiliary mechanical soul of the Seraph armor change sides immediately with a holy flame order, turning the powerful armor into a cage to bind the pilot. She grabbed Sun Lang's arm and said urgently, "We have to inform St. Yuri Castle about this." Sun Lang frowned and patted her on the shoulder. "Alright, calm down first. There's no need to rush this matter. We have to figure out what happened first. Old Hu and I are still soldiers of the Empire in the authentication system of Judah. According to its security logic, we can't get anything out of it, so we can only ask you to try. I think the reason the Seraph flew here is because it has detected the location signal in your solar flame armor." Zhang Yinluo asked curiously. "What? Just to be safe, I didn't activate the locator." Sun Lang let out a Barba-like laugh. "Did you remember wrongly? Or is it the core technology of the Russians? Have you ever heard of radar?" Zhang Yinluo stared at Sun Lang, the suspicion in his eyes growing. But there was a commotion in the distance. It turned out that young Miss Zhao and Su Qingluan were rushing over with the stewards and servants. Young Miss had everyone else stay far away, and only brought Su Qingluan into this area. She shouted from afar, Sun Lang, we have already sent people to invite the best doctors in the city. Although we don't know what kind of injuries your friend suffered, they should be able to treat them." Sun Lang smiled and nodded at her. Young Miss Zhao was smart and capable. She did things flawlessly and was able to prioritize. She was indeed an intelligent and capable woman. It was a pity that he couldn't her. The Seraph descended from the sky and smashed one of the courtyards of the Marquis of Jing'an into smithereens. Recently, the Marquis of Jing'an had almost never stopped, but she did not mention this matter and only looked around curiously. First, she saw that magnificent work of art armor that was almost suffocating. That strong religious aura, gorgeous colors, and extreme magnificence left a deep impression on her. Yes, this was very Russian. Then she saw the Tang family's Sanzang on the ground. Young Miss Zhao asked in surprise, Master, she was attacked? When Zhang Yinluo heard this, she rolled her eyes. That's right, she was attacked by a pervert. Once she said this, young Miss Zhao understood. Different from Zhang Yinluo's dissatisfaction, Zhao Feihuang winked at Sun Lang, revealing a mocking expression. Does Sun Lang want to take Master Sanzang into his room? So you like this kind of thing? Sun Lang, do you want me to also buy a set of monk robes? Sun Lang glared and said, Why are you slandering someone's innocence out of thin air? What does it have to do with me? Master Sanzang only ate some eels. You, Steward Su, take her back to rest for a bit. Very obviously, Steward Su didn't think so. She glanced at Sun Lang with disdain, as if she was looking at a pervert who attacked a nun. Then she picked up Master Sanzang. Through the kasaya, she smelled a slightly pleasant, mysterious smell coming from the master's body. Then her face turned slightly red. She spat in a low voice, then Steward Su hurriedly left, taking the master to the guest room. When Zhao Feihuang heard Sun Lang's denial, she raised her eyebrows, deliberately put her palms together, and said in all seriousness, Ba, benefactor, from what I see, you have the root of wisdom. Sun Lang blinked, and said innocently, Is that so? Zhao Feihuang nodded with a serious expression. So, since benefactor's root of wisdom is so deep, why don't you enter my dharma, obtain my freedom, and everyone will be happy? Wouldn't that be wonderful? After saying that, this pair of adulterous man and woman revealed a mysterious smile, and laughed at the same time. This laughter was so roguish that Zhang Yinluo, who didn't understand at first, pondered for a while, and also understood. She said loudly with a red face, If this was in the fire country, you too would definitely be burned to death. Zhao Feihuang said proudly, Cow spirit, if you can't accompany Sun Lang to tell dirty jokes, you will be abandoned, okay? Don't say it like my life value is only in dirty jokes. Zhao Feihuang meaningfully said, Oh, and then stared at Zhang Yinluo's chest. Zhang Yinluo covered her chest, blushed, and shouted at Sun Lang, Hey! Didn't you ask me to ask the Flame Saint Spirit? Hurry up and wake it up. Sun Lang smiled and snapped his fingers. The lone walker immediately shook, and then jumped up vigilantly, shook its head, and said to itself in a puzzled mechanical voice, An unknown fault has occurred. It has been rebooted and rechecked. The stigmata system is normal, the logic module is normal, and the body is operating normally. Unexplainable. He raised his head and suddenly found Zhang Yinluo, and the red light on the lens of the helmet suddenly became brighter. Predetermined target found, identity identification in progress. Identity identification failed. Target's identity is higher than the confidentiality authority, carrying out military certification, Flame Angel battle sequence, Strength Angel level. Sun Paladin Zhang Yinluo raised her head and looked at the strongest war force of the fire country in front of her. Her mind was shaken, but she quickly calmed down and said loudly, Seraph of Seraph, answer my question, why did you fall, what kind of battle did you experience? What can I do for you? Euphemia was silent for a moment and then said stiffly, Target does not have the authority to answer. Sun Paladin, in accordance with the military law of the fire country and the law of the fire country, I order you to provide supplies and logistical support, heal my pilot, and conceal my whereabouts. I order you to postpone reporting to the headquarters of St. Yuri Castle until my pilot wakes up. Zhang Yinluo looked back at Sun Lang, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Then she forced a smile. See, it's useless, right? I'm still a foreigner after all. I don't have the right to know the real secret. Sun Lang patted her on the shoulder. It's okay. There's still Long Wanda. The half-baked artificial intelligence is obsessed with logic and authority and won't be flexible, but humans won't. Let's go take a look at Long Wanda. After that, he looked up at the Seraph. Before Long Wanda wakes up, you'd better hide here. We'll hide you with canvas and camouflage net. If it's not necessary, you're not allowed to act on your own. As for the ammunition and parts, We'll find a way for you. Can you do that? Euphemia was silent for a moment. I have no objections, I agree in principle. In order to express its sincerity, it let out a series of mechanical roars, and then changed shape, shrinking its body and entering a crouching position. Sun Lang turned to Miss Zhao and said, "Seal this matter. Tell the people in the Marquis mansion not to discuss it. After that, get some thick cloth and plants to cover it properly." Miss Zhao nodded in agreement. After arranging for the steward to handle this matter, the few of them walked towards Long Wanda's guest room. The best doctor in Bright State City was currently treating him. On the way, Zhang Yinluo was somewhat uneasy. Sun Lang suddenly asked, "Yinluo, I'm not too familiar with the members of the Blazing Angel Battle Squad. I only know Long Wanda and Qiu Xingwang. However, the one who attacked Long Wanda shouldn't be Qiu Xingwang, but a Blazing Angel who specializes in surprise attacks, close combat, and pursuit. Then here comes the question. Is there such a person in the Blazing Angel Battle Squad?" Zhang Yinluo's expression was somewhat unsightly. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally said slowly, "There is." Sun Lang's expression changed as he asked, "Who is it?" Yinluo let out a long sigh. "It's most likely her. That terrifying woman, at the same time. North of Bright State. North of Great City. In the dark night sky, fiery figures danced in the night sky. The Blazing Serpent, the highest rank of the Blazing Angel Battle Squad, the strongest fighting force of the Fire Nation. Another Blazing Angel battle armor appeared at the border between the Empress Earth Empire and the Blazing Divine State. It hovered in the air, its 6 wings completely spread out. This Blazing Angel was not like the Lone Walker, it was at its peak state. This was because it had a pilot who was awake and in an extremely good state. Although the auxiliary Saint Soul could provide some tactical support and information processing, the battlefield was constantly changing. Only a pilot with great skill, tenacity, and strong intuition could control the Blazing Angel and make the most advantageous decisions and decisive actions. The Blazing Angel searched in the air for a moment. Then, a cold laugh came from within the battle armor. "The search shows that the Lone Walker has fled to the south and entered the Empire's territory. The mission target is already unconscious. Only the auxiliary Saint Soul is supporting the operation of the battle armor. Under such circumstances they actually let it escape. Those Empire people really can't be trusted," a cold female voice slowly said. "Did they take a fancy to the power of the Blazing Angel and want to steal the power of the Flame Spirit? Or did they have disloyalty to their master for some reason? It seems that the method of the most powerful woman in the Empress Earth Empire to control the hounds is just SOSO. It doesn't matter. The Fire Nation's technology is the best in the world. Even without the help of the Empress Earth Empire's garrison, they can still complete the capture and recovery mission, analyze the mission target's movements and habits." During the war, as the main fighting force of the Southeast War Zone of the Order, he maintained a personal friendship with the general of the Northern War Zone of the Empress Earth Empire. Since that's the case, the target's escape route and movements are obvious. In order to escape, and to get the aid of the Ho-Tu Empire and the permission of political asylum, he will definitely go to his old friends. The target of his escape must have the following features. Close to him, high popularity, and high combat ability, searching. Most likely target found. Former general of the Empress Earth Empire, Hu Shouxin. He has retired and is currently living in Mingzhou City. A warrior of the Imperial Army and a fierce general on the battlefield. He has a very high reputation among the Empire's generals and has a strong command of the Imperial Army. He is currently the leader of a civilian armed force of the Empire. Analyzing the deployment of combat ability in Mingzhou City. Apart from Hu Shoshin, who is worth paying attention to, the other people are of low threat and will not pose any threat to the Blazing Angel. They can carry out low-intensity, quick assaults and leave quickly after completing the mission. They will not encounter any pursuit or resistance. Confirmed. Re-establishing mission target. Head to Mingzhou City. Find Hu Shoshin and track down the traitor. Blazing Angel Battle Force. Blazing Angel Battle Force. This is the Death Messenger. I am the pilot, Courier. Blazing Angel, prepare to move out. Chapter 4:14. The Dafeng Pulse was one of the branches of medicine in the Empire. It was roughly equivalent to internal medicine and specialized in treating various internal diseases of adult. The Trauma and Rehabilitation Department mainly treated external injuries, such as bruises and insect bite. As for the Orthopedics Department, as the name implied, it was easier to understand. It was probably the modern Orthopedics Department. It specialized in treating people who had their legs broken by their own father because they fucked their own sister. Long Wanda, who was found by Sun Lang and Hu Shoshin, did not have any obvious wounds on the surface, but he was in a serious coma and could not wake up. If he was not suffering from internal injuries, then he was possessed. However, this person was a foreign barbarian and believed in the gods of the Western continent. If they invited a doctor from the Forbidden Books department to exorcise the ghost, they were afraid that their profession would not match and would not be stable. Moreover, Sun Lang had also said, if he's possessed, just let Master Sanzang roar twice and it'll be fine. Therefore, Miss Zhao had found 3 famous doctors to treat Long Wanda. At this time, although the Empire's medicine was far from modern, it was still a method that had been used for thousands of years. Whether it was the accumulated experience or the corresponding skills, it was worthy of praise. The 3 doctors invited by Miss Zhao were also famous doctors in the city. They had the professional qualities of famous doctors. Even if the patient was a blonde, blue-eyed Russian, they did not make a joke like, Western continent people and Empire people have different internal structures, so they can't treat him. However, the condition of this Russian still made the doctors ponder, and somewhat uncertain. Miss Zhao did things flawlessly. First, she bowed and apologized. Doctors, I apologize here. It's just that because of the urgency of the matter, this big brother was attacked and unconscious. I don't know what kind of injury he suffered, so I invited all 3 of you here. The 3 of you are proficient in medicine and only want to quickly diagnose and treat him and get a result. Please forgive me for taking the liberty here. These 3 physicians were all in their 40s or 50s. They had already made some achievements in the medical field and were in their prime. Their reputation and methods had matured, so their tempers had also grown. Tonight they had been invited over overnight. When they looked up, they saw that their peers had also come. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. You invited me and then you invited him. What do you mean? So of course they were displeased, but in the end, Marquis Jinggan Fu was a prestigious family in Mingzhou. When they came to invite a doctor, they didn't say anything and used gold to pave the way. It could be said that ever since Sun Lang pulled the string of the thunder bow and shot that earth-shattering arrow, there was basically no room for negotiation. Just when Sun Lang was excitedly carrying out the perfect plan of building a consortium, making a fortune, buying arms, starting an industry, poaching, recruiting generals, training elite soldiers, and rebelling, and just when they were planning their next move with the huge Hudu Empire as their imaginary enemy, a blazing angel fell from the sky with the unconscious Long Wanda. My dear sheep, this matter was no different from the 7 luminaries' sword saint being stranded in the Lifire nation with his sword. In fact, it might even be worse. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would definitely cause a strong reaction from the Lifire nation. But Long Wanda was their friend. But Long Wanda's injury and fall were full of doubts. But Sun Lang was a Motherf * king bastard who wanted to see the world in chaos. The last one was the most important of all. He looked up to the sky and sighed. But when he turned his head, he saw in despair that Sun Lang was also looking at him. Sun Lang showed a meaningful smile, and gave him a thumbs up. "Old Hu, I have a plan." Hu Shoshin instinctively shuddered. As a matter of fact, this was a common problem of many generals in the northern theater of operations. When their marshal said, "I have a plan," with an enigmatic smile, it usually meant that there would be a situation that they couldn't understand and didn't want to understand. Old Hu silently turned his head. "I don't want to hear it." But it didn't matter. As a good partner of Old Hu for many years, Sun Lang knew how to force Old Hu to submit. He smiled. "If you don't want to listen, I'll act on my own." Hu Shoshin silently raised his middle finger at Sun Lang. This simple and useful gesture that could express one's mood was also learned from Sun Lang. In just 6 years, the former marshal of the empire had left countless bad habits in the army. Sun Lang rubbed his hands. "Old Hu, regarding Long Wanda's matter, let alone me, you will definitely interfere as well. However, the crux of the problem is that Long Wanda's injury and fall was most likely caused by another blazing angel. Blazing angels will not engage in internal strife that originated from personal grudges. Without a reasonable reason to fight, the auxiliary saint's soul will not agree. In other words, whether you admit it or not, we have most likely already fallen into an internal dispute within the Li-Fire country." Hu Shoshin sighed. "Are you trying to loot a burning house again?" Sun Lang proudly said, "If an NPC issues a quest, there must be a reward. This is clearly an S-rank quest at the very least. What we're facing right now is another powerful blazing angel, and behind that blazing angel is a huge faction from the kingdom of Li-Fire. Saving Long Wanda is one thing, but seizing the opportunity to obtain some benefits is another. We can even obtain equipment from killing monsters. No matter what, we have to squeeze something good out of those Russians." Old Hu helplessly said, "We haven't figured out the enemy yet, and you are already planning to gain some benefits." Sun Lang smiled. "Who says we haven't figured it out yet? Although those doctors just now were not as skilled as Master Lu and Ping Yiping, they could barely be considered as famous doctors. After listening to their diagnosis, it just so happened that my thoughts were confirmed. Long Wanda was wrapped in the blazing angel armor with extremely tight protective measures, but he was subjected to a series of attacks such as electric shock, physical shock, and even mental stimulation, to the point that it exceeded his tolerance limit and caused him to faint. However, his blazing angel armor did not suffer any serious external injuries, which can only mean one thing. Hu Shoshin's gaze flickered as he said flatly, "His opponent directly launched a powerful shock attack on him, or did they have a non-lethal weapon that could directly attack the blazing angel pilot? Most likely. Moreover, only those who understand the design and structure of the blazing angel and its weaknesses could design a specialized weapon to execute a targeted attack." Scratching his chin, Sun Lang smiled. "That's why I find it interesting. The blazing angel armor is the highest combat ability in the Kingdom of Fire. To a certain extent, it represents the last hope of the combat department of the Fire Order. The pilot born for the blazing angel must have gone through layers of political investigation and tests. There is almost no reason or stance for him to betray the order. Moreover, the purpose of supporting the Holy Soul is not only to assist the pilot in battle. When necessary, the Order of Fire only needs to issue a holy fire order to make the pilot lose control of the blazing angel. Under such circumstances, to develop a special attack strategy against the blazing angel and a special weapon that directly targets the pilot. I have a feeling that there must be a huge pubic hair involved," Hu Shoshin said helplessly. It's time to stir shit is written all over your face, Sun Lang laughed. I just feel that the opportunity has come. It seems that the Order of Fire is clearly not united. That's right. The Kingdom of Fire is just like the Empire. Its history is too long. Religion controls the mind and firearms control the body. There is no chance for social upheaval and reform. The dross of tradition has accumulated too much and has become the greatest obstacle to the progress of the country. From a certain point of view, it is even worse and more serious than the Empire's current situation. The smile on his face became more and more intense. In such a situation, a monarch with great talent and bold vision who wants to make a difference usually has a very difficult life, because he will realize that he is not an absolute authority. The bishops and ministers who seem to be loyal and devout actually have their own thoughts and interests. Every decision he makes, every reform he makes, will inevitably hurt the interests of some people. This group of people will unite and obstruct him in the open or in the dark. What's worse is, he can't kill everyone who stands in his way. That's because his country is too big. Looking at the brilliant smile on Sun Lang's face, Hu Shoshin suddenly felt a chill. Sun Lang was talking about the Kingdom of Fire, but he had a feeling that Sun Lang was hinting at something else. The drawbacks of a big country, the dross of tradition, and the stagnant social classes. The same thing happened in the Kingdom of Fire and in the Empire of Hutu. He forced a smile. So, which side are you going to help? What are you going to do? Well, Sun Lang smiled. Because it's not a big deal, I can do whatever my wife likes. Hey wife, are you on the Divine King's side? Zhang Yinluo also heard Sun Lang's opinion about the Kingdom of Fire just now, which also made her feel frightened and a little sad, because the Kingdom of Fire was indeed facing such a situation. After all, she had lived there for 2 years, and she had made a lot of friends through ups and downs. When there was no war between the Kingdom of Fire and her motherland, and there was no historical hatred, it was perfectly normal for her to feel sad about the potential crisis and the desperate situation of the Kingdom of Fire. So when she heard Sun Lang's sudden question, she said stupidly, Wait. She raised her eyebrows and said loudly, You want to take advantage of me again? Who is your wife? Zhao Feihuang said loudly, Me. The scene became very harmonious for a while, so that the scene of worrying about the national affairs just now became a little awkward. Sun Lang felt a little pity that his conspiracy didn't succeed. Yinluo was getting more and more vigilant. He shrugged, Well, so, which side do you think we should help? Yinluo was stunned at first and then sighed, Don't ask me, I don't know. In those 2 years, I was very close to the Shenhuang's faction, and they treated me very well. In my position, I naturally want to help the Shenhuang. But if the Shenhuang's reform succeeds, I also know what it means to have a more powerful and efficient Kingdom of Fire. This is the reason why I left that country and returned to the Empire. She helplessly smiled at Sun Lang, her eyes somewhat depressed and at a loss. Between state affairs and private affairs, which was more important, she naturally knew in her heart. But in this world, there were some decisions that could not be made so easily. So she chose to leave. Sun Lang said with a smile, I see. I know. In the future, I will use your feelings and ideas as reference to formulate the conspiracy and plunder against the Kingdom of Fire. You directly said the conspiracy and plunder. Zhang Yinluo said with a bitter smile. How can you treat such a big thing as a joke? You'd better do what you should do. Sun Lang showed a warm smile. No, compared to this, your feelings are more important. Mr. Hu suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Sun Lang with disdain. You were just flirting, right? So clumsy. And shameless. Zhao Feihuang suddenly patted his body with both hands and muttered, Although I feel envious, I also feel a little ashamed. If Sun Lang said such words to me, how would I feel? So strange, so strange. Sun Lang couldn't hold back the Jack Su smile on his face. He turned his head and said angrily, "It's not easy for my EQ to come up. Do you think it's easy for me to flirt with a girl? Why are you undermining me?" Zhao Feihuang immediately straightened his body and raised his hand. "Sun Lang, come and flirt with me. My performance is definitely much better than this cow spirit's, by who knows how much. The kind that you can flirt with as you please." Zhang Yinluo was a little touched at first, but then she realized the crux of the problem and shouted, "Hey! Why do you say it as if you can control the political situation of the Lifire Kingdom with a flip of your hand? You said it so matter-of-factly that I almost believed you." Sun Lang let out an "I've been discovered" look. Zhang Yinluo snorted, "Don't joke around. Do you know how big the Lifire Kingdom is? Do you know how powerful the Raging Flames Order is? Just based on you think you can do whatever you want in the Lifire Nation? You can even choose a force to support you? What a joke. Do you think the old guard will pay attention to you? Do you think His Majesty the Divine Emperor will be manipulated by you? You can be a VIP if you run over there as a fighter, but if you want to approach and seek cooperation as a force, you should adjust your mentality first." Her words were not polite at all, but Sun Lang and Zhao Feihuang exchanged a weird look. Miss Zhao immediately understood the meaning of the song. She was indeed a wonderful person. When she saw Sun Lang's expression, she covered her small cherry mouth, as if she had seen a rare animal. Using a cute tone, she asked, Sun Lang, this is what you call tsundere, right?" Sun Lang touched his chin and nodded. "Yes, this kind of behavior is textbook tsundere. Not only can she use a strong attitude to cover her shyness in her heart, but she can also use blunt words to express her true feelings. In other words, the Lifire Kingdom is very strong, the Divine Emperor is not easy to deal with, and the old guard is very xenophobic. If you want cooperation, you should find the Divine Emperor and have enough bargaining chips." Zhao Feihuang nodded quickly. "That's right. Tsundere is really boring. Your intention is very clear, but you find all kinds of excuses to avoid and cover it." Zhang Yinluo's face became redder and redder. She stared at Zhao Feihuang and said fiercely, "What did you say?" Miss Zhao rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something. She smiled and said, No, I said tsundere is good. Tsundere is the best. Tsundere is very cute. Sister Zhang, you should continue to be tsundere. Don't express your sincerity frankly. Girls should be reserved and don't take the initiative." Zhang Yinluo was more and more confused by her words. She stamped her feet and said angrily, "I don't know what you are talking about. I'm leaving." Zhao Feihuang was not easy to deal with. He followed up with another attack. "Half of your house was destroyed by that seraph. Where are you going?" Zhang Yinluo had just been put on the spot by Zhao Feihuang, and now she had to eat this. She was still angry, and when she heard what Zhao Feihuang said, her head heated up. "You said I was arrogant, right?" She pointed at Sun Lang and loudly said, "Go to his house." Sun Lang was about to continue discussing matters with Hu Shouxin when he heard a meat pie fall on his head. Happiness came too suddenly and he did not dare to believe it. "Meow, meow, meow, meow?" Zhao Feihuang was also taken aback. Oh, don't make things backfire. This cow spirit's innate advantage is too great. If she becomes shameless and wholeheartedly seduces Sun Lang, then everything will be over. So Miss Zhao was indeed the head of Marquis Jinggan Fu. She was an extraordinary woman who killed decisively. If she was born a man, she would definitely be able to do great things. With this kind of situation suddenly happening, she did not retreat and instead advanced. She threw a coquettish glance at Sun Lang and said with a smile, "Did Sun Lang not hear? The cow spirit is going to recommend herself. Tonight, she will go warm your bed and don't do anything strange." When Sun Lang heard this, his saliva almost flowed all over the floor. He jumped 3 feet high. What blazing angel, what long wanda, what Lihua kingdom, they were all thrown to the back of his head by this guy who forgot his friends for the sake of his lover. He pulled Inluo and walked away. Come, come, come. Tonight, the two of us will properly discuss the matters of the world, discuss the harmony of the world. I want to talk to you about Marxism-Leninism and leave the seeds of revolution in your body. As expected, Zhang Yinluo was terrified. Her shout just now was just in a fit of anger. Now that she was sober, how could she be willing to go? She struggled and said, "Let go of me. Who wants to discuss the matters of the world with you? I want to go home." Sun Lang let out a dumbbell-like laugh. Foreign is muddle-headed. You can only return to your maternal home after a month of marriage. You should just obediently be slapped for a month. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Zhang Yinluo finally remembered Zhao Feihuang. She looked at him for help with a hint of threat in her eyes. "Hey, surnamed Zhao. You should stop while you're ahead. If he really succeeds, I'll see where you go to cry." Seeing that it was about time, Zhao Feihuang came over to persuade her. Hu Shouxin also felt that it was too ridiculous to cause trouble at this time. Coupled with Zhang Yinluo's harsh words, they finally suppressed Sun Lang's interest. Zhang Yinluo, who had finally escaped, was still in a state of shock. In order to prevent Sun Lang from not giving up, she directly took over the topic. "So, what do you plan to do about the Blazing Angel incident this time?" Sun Lang felt a chill run down his spine. His intelligence came back online as he cheerfully said, "Naturally, we'll take it one step at a time. S-rank missions are also divided into steps. The most direct problem in front of us now is that the attack on Long Wanda hasn't ended. Old Wan hasn't woken up yet, but the enemy won't give up on pursuing him. We have to plan and prepare for the worst." Hu Shouxin suddenly understood. "You're saying that the enemy chasing after Long Wanda won't let it go? How could they let it go? The enemy used non-lethal weapons and didn't destroy the Lone Ranger. They must be trying to capture Long Wanda alive and then take back the Blazing Angel armor. Even if Yufeller comes to the Empire's borders, they won't give up on pursuing him. This is our chance." Sun Lang revealed a deep smile. "Let's not talk about Long Wanda and his Blazing Angel armor. If we can capture the people chasing after him alive, that means that the other Blazing Angel armor and an important pilot will fall into our hands. This kind of priceless treasure is very suitable for raising the price. What good things can we exchange for in the Li-Fire Kingdom? Hee. That's a good plan, but how are we going to execute it? Old Who poured cold water on Long Wanda, you said it yourself. The enemy is a Blazing Angel that specializes in combat and pursuit. Even if they have the tactics and weapons to counter their kind, Long Wanda still managed to escape. I believe that you can defeat the enemy, but how are you going to capture them alive? The enemy is undoubtedly a top-notch warrior in terms of combat skills and will to fight. Furthermore, they're piloting a Blazing Angel." Before he could finish, he saw Sun Lang reveal a deep smile. He covered his face with one hand and said in a low and twisted voice, "Of course I can capture the enemy alive. I'm incomparably certain of this because—" He suddenly raised his head and proudly said, "The enemy is a woman." For some reason, he felt that Sun Lang at this moment was very convincing. Chapter 4:15. Because the other party was a woman. Therefore, she would definitely be captured alive. It was reasonable and convincing. However, regardless of whether it was Hu Shouxin or Zhang Yinluo, they were both looking at him with ice-cold gazes. Sun Lang blinked. "What are you looking at?" Hu Shouxin sighed. "You don't feel ashamed now, but proud instead," Sun Lang said angrily. "I'm just trying to find joy in the midst of misery. I didn't want this to happen. What can I do? I'm also in despair. I can touch a lot of breasts if I want to, but because of this despicable and hateful curse, I can't do that at all. Do you think I'm happy? Hu Shoshin said in a subtle tone, it sounds like it's a good thing for all the women in the world. You won't have to wander around for 2 years, fooling around and owing countless romantic debts. Zhao Feihuang protested loudly. How can it be a good thing? If Sun Lang didn't have that kind of curse, I would have done it long ago. How can I let this cow spirit take the lead again and again? Zhang Yinluo said angrily, what does it have to do with me? Sun Lang also shouted, what's so good about it? What's so bad about spreading it all over the world? If this goes on, it will become a legend. In the future, when I'm summoned to fight in the Holy Grail War, I'll bring a female special attack. If I fight with a female hero spirit, my identity will be exposed. My noble artifact will be even more embarrassing. It will be so embarrassing that I won't even be able to use my real name. God knows what will happen. Everyone sighed at the same time. This guy was talking about things that they didn't understand again. Sun Lang clenched his fists and almost burst into tears. He said with grief and indignation, what do you mean I'm proud of it? If I don't find joy and comfort in my misery, I'll go crazy. Every night, I'll bite the quilt and cry silently. How can you understand this feeling when you have a wife and a daughter and go to a brothel as you wish? Hu Shoshin said angrily, I didn't visit any brothel. Although he said that, he was still shocked by Sun Lang's grief and indignation. In fact, when he saw Sun Lang again and learned about his new strange ability, his first reaction was extreme envy. His second reaction was to laugh wildly, and his third reaction was to feel sad for this child. Sigh. Others were living widows, but he was forcing himself to be one. When Zhang Yinluo heard this, he also felt that it was very funny. At the same time, he also felt a little pity. This guy was so perverted, but because of this reason, he couldn't get close to women. It was really hard on him. So, it's understandable that you're rubbing against me and grabbing me all day long. After all, Wait a minute. Poo. What am I thinking? What does it have to do with me that he can't get close to women because of that dirty reason? I'm not the one who cursed him, so why should I let him grab me? Zhang Yinluo shook his head fiercely and threw this strange thought out of his mind. She said, you want to capture the death messenger and its pilot alive? Even if you can use that dirty method to capture her, you still have to create an opportunity. As a pilot of the Blazing Angel, she's practically a one-of-a-kind genius. Whether it's her battle instincts or her judgment, they can't be underestimated. She's also very vigilant. Sun Lang said with a smile, speaking of this, I haven't finished speaking. You just told me that you know her, and that she's a scary woman. Why, are you very familiar with her? A haze flashed across Zhang Yinluo's face. He shook his head and said, not familiar, but definitely not unfamiliar. It's not wrong to say that she's a scary woman. Sun Lang nodded repeatedly and said with interest, the Blazing Angel armor is the strongest fighting force in the Lihua Kingdom. In terms of strategic value, it's not inferior to the 7 Luminaries Sword Saint who wields the Holy Sword. This woman can beat Long Wanda to the point that he had to flee. In the world, she's also a great expert with the armor. Hu Shoshin nodded in agreement. Rather than saying that the woman is scary, it's better to say that the Blazing Angel armor is scary. Without that armor, I'm afraid that a young man who has been practicing martial arts for 3 years can break the opponent's tendons and bones. In the end, foreign objects are foreign objects. They're not reliable at all. Obviously, this former imperial general maintained the inherent restraint and pride of a martial artist. He was a martial artist who trained himself step by step from the weak to the strong until he became an extraordinary martial artist. He believed in the strength and potential of people, and carried out his own martial arts and will. The imperial martial artists represented by him were proud but pragmatic. When they saw the technological creations of the Western continent, they would exclaim and admire them, but at the same time, their pride would not be reduced by half. After all, the Western continent had poured all the power of the country into improving technology and developing technology to create this powerful blazing angel armor. At most, the Western continent barbarians who were powerful enough to pilot this thing could match the strength of the 7 luminaries' sword saint. If the sword saint abandoned his sword and the barbarians lost their armor, even 1,000 Western continent barbarians would not be enough for the sword saint to tear them apart with their bare hands. Such barbarians who relied on foreign objects were obviously a bunch of pitiful trash. They did not learn from heaven and earth, and had reached the peak of self-improvement. Only then would they study these strange and obscene things. Therefore, even the flame guards who piloted the blazing angel armor, who had an important position in the flame order, were only at the level of someone with the armor in the eyes of the imperial martial artists. As a martial artist of the empire, Zhang Yinluo had studied in the Lihua nation before. She understood Hu Shouxin's thoughts very well, so she smiled bitterly and said, "Guild head Hu, we are martial artists who cultivate qi into spirit and strive to improve ourselves. It's normal for us to look down on foreign barbarians. I thought the same before, however, after I went to the Lihua nation, I changed my mind. Since they are one of the 5 strongest countries on the ground and have the best firearms in the world, they naturally have a reason to be strong. We have invincible men who protect our country, and they can defeat the Sky Demon. They certainly don't lack brave warriors." Hu Shouxin nodded and said, "Of course. However, their courage comes from the weapons in their hands and on their bodies. Without these," Zhang Yinluo said calmly, "Guild leader Hu, are you saying that the courage of the imperial martial artists also comes from their martial arts? If their martial arts are destroyed, they will become cowards?" Hu Shouxin frowned and said, "Of course not. Courage can't be taken away." Zhang Yinluo nodded and said, "That's right. The reason why the warriors of the empire are so powerful isn't just because they have been passed down for thousands of years, constantly perfecting the internal and external martial arts. More importantly, it's because the temperament of us warriors has become extremely powerful through training and training. This is a necessary quality to become a brave warrior. At this point," she said seriously, "if only the physical body is strong and the spirit is weak, then no matter how strong that person is, he will be a weakling who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, if one has a brave will and a tenacious heart, then even a weak person can do brave things." Hu Shouxin understood Zhang Yinluo's meaning at this point. He nodded and said, "You're saying that although the martial arts of those Russians are weak, they are also elite warriors because of their tenacious spirit and strong will. We can't underestimate them, right?" A trace of disappointment flashed in Zhang Yinluo's eyes, but she still nodded and said, "Yes." Looking at Hu Shouxin's indifferent expression, Zhang Yinluo sighed inwardly. The empire had been strong for hundreds of years. It boasted that it was the best country in the world and viewed all other countries as barbarians. Ever since it achieved a decisive victory in the Great Desolate Mountain and became the greatest contributor to defeating the Sky Demon, the pride and even complacency of the empire and its people had swelled to an extreme degree. Yes, the empire was very strong. Even though she was in a foreign country, she deeply understood this point. Eastern faces would receive extra attention and even reverence. The upper class would imitate Eastern customs and culture as a popular style. If there were Eastern servants in the nobles' castles, it would be the most honorable thing. As for the legendary warriors of the Empress, they would be crazily recruited by all the high officials and nobles at all costs. However, under this great situation and the empire standing at the top of the world, Zhang Yinluo found something that made her feel uneasy. She saw the huge advantages and potential of the Lihua kingdom. Through the Lihua kingdom, which had more frequent exchanges with other countries. She could even find out that the barbarian countries that had been despised and ignored by the empire for a long time, which could be said to be shallow and ignorant with a poor foundation, were brewing great ambitions and great vitality. However, the empire basically turned a blind eye to them. The empire was so strong, had obtained outstanding martial arts, was rich and strong, and the world was about to be ruled. However, under the appearance of singing and dancing, Zhang Yinluo felt that the people and the imperial court had overlooked something. She felt that everyone had overlooked something, but she couldn't express it very well. She only knew that these barbarian countries that everyone was used to seeing as backward and rude were not as pitiful and harmless as everyone thought. They were also humans, and humans had desires, ambitions, and jealousy. Therefore, they naturally had the motivation to plunder and improve. Unfortunately, no one in this country would believe in the threat from the barbarians. After all, even the Sky Demon, who had almost wiped out the human race, was defeated by the Empire. How could the barbarians be a threat? It was because the Imperial army was too powerful. With the Imperial army, ordinary warriors could become successful. With the Imperial army, the 7 luminaries' sword saint could shine in the 9 states with one sword strike and stop 100,000 warriors. With the Imperial army, the so-called Imperial army was no longer just an adjective. With the Imperial army, as long as the warriors of the Imperial army were gathered together as the vanguard, the rest of the soldiers would rush up and fight with the wind, and even the most mediocre generals would never be defeated. With the Imperial army warships, the so-called navy, coastal defense, and naval fleets were all fantasies. When one Imperial army warship could easily tear a pirate fleet of more than 100 warships into pieces, then why would this country spend so much money to build a new navy? However, the country of Mystic Water and the country of Acute Metal both had ironclad warships, and they didn't rely on sails and oars to move. The navy of the Empire was still using wooden warships, and they planned to continue using them. Moreover, they were designed decades ago. At this moment, a ridiculous and rebellious thought suddenly appeared in her mind. The success of the Hudu Empire was probably due to the Imperial army and the failure of the Imperial army. However, this was just a ridiculous and rebellious thought in her mind. If she said it out loud, everyone would definitely scoff at her. I think the Empire is doomed, and I'm afraid it's going to be destroyed by the Imperial army. Then, she heard such words. Zhang Yinluo suddenly raised his head and looked at Sun Lang in surprise. Hu Shouxin frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sun Lang grinned and said, "It's nothing. Because of the superstition of the Imperial army, social progress and national research are becoming more and more rigid. The country of Liefire is strictly guarding the secrets of firearms and regarded it as the exclusive property of the Order of Flames. The mutants of the country of Mystic Water have become the new nobles with special powers. The differences in the country of Green Wood are the best evidence of the caste system. The body modification authority of the country of Acute Metal is also based on social class. Ha 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 ha. He opened his hands and said with a smile, "Wonderful. It turns out that human beings did not win the first war of the heavens origin sector at all. The war legacy that the extraterrestrial devils left for the 5 countries seemed to have given the 5 countries great opportunities and made their national strength soar. But in fact, it went against the objective law of development and planted the seeds of turmoil. Now, it seems that it is time for them to taste the bitter fruit. I'm really happy to hear that." Hu Shouxin's expression was strange for a moment, and Sun Lang blinked at Zhang Yinluo, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, "Yinluo, I know how you feel and what you're worried about. Do you want to change this country? As long as you sign a contract with me, wear this pair of glasses, and become a magical girl." Zhang Yinluo turned his head and said, "I don't want it. You're so quick to refuse." Zhang Yinluo snorted and said, "You must be trying to trick me into doing something strange again. I won't fall for it. Changing this country is something that His Majesty and the Prime Minister need to do. What does it have to do with me? If you want to do it yourself. Why do you have to use me as an excuse? Sun Lang said angrily. I'm going to seize the throne right now, raise the flag of rebellion, gather the army, and kill my way into the capital. After that, I'll appoint you as Empress and make you have to be F***ked 20 times a day. It'll be written into the Constitution. Zhang Yinluo stomped his foot and said, Why are we talking about this again? All right. Old Hu said expressionlessly, Those who want to be the emperor and those who are forced to be empress, wake up. We're talking about arresting her. I almost forgot about this. Yinluo blushed and said, Anyway, that woman, don't underestimate her. As far as I know, she grew up in the northern border of the Lihua kingdom and lived in a bitter cold environment. Her people are one of the most famous and fierce tribes in the Lihua kingdom. They believe in the law of the jungle since they were young. Their tribe hunted the beasts in the north for a living. She also hunted with her father since she was young. At that time, she didn't have the blazing angel armor for her to use. Sun Lang nodded and said, In other words, she has the combat skills passed down from her ancestors to fighting beasts. She has the fierceness cultivated from her hunting life since she was young. She also believes in the law of the jungle. These things, together with the blazing angel armor and the equipment specially developed for her, can indeed exert unexpected power. Therefore, her combat style should be inclined toward pursuing and attacking to the death. She pays attention to the coexistence of endurance and explosive power. He thought for a moment and said lightly, No wonder Long Wanda lost so miserably and even allowed the opponent to control the situation. In the end, the tactical positioning of the Lone Ranger is not to fight head-on, but to guide reinforcements, reconnaissance, and sneak attacks. Then he looked at Zhang Yinluo and said, How's the combat strength of the Death Messenger? We don't know much about the Blazing Angel. Putting aside Long Wanda's Lone Ranger, we also know another Blazing Angel pilot called Qiu Xingwang. Alright, that's the name I gave him. I can't remember his real name, but his Blazing Angel is called Heaven's Chosen Saint. It specializes in head-on combat and artillery attacks. Zhang Yinluo forced a smile and said, Although I'm not familiar with the military system of the Blazing Angel Battle Squadron, I just happen to know that the Death Messenger and Heaven's Chosen Saint had once conducted a drill under the supervision of His Majesty, the God Emperor. It was used to determine whether there is a need to reduce the research and development of close combat weapons in the current military system of the Li-Fire Nation. It seems like it was at least a draw. Ah, poor Animal Ball. He must have lost a lot of face. Sun Lang laughed heartlessly at his old friend and said, Then we can come to a conclusion. This tough woman with the Blazing Angel equipment has powerful mobility and explosive close combat abilities. What's worse is that her combat talent, combat skills, and fighting will that she has trained since she was young, together with the enhancement of the Blazing Angel equipment, is probably enough for her to wrestle with a sacred swordsman of the Empire. Even if it's a head-on fight, she won't be weak at all. Under such circumstances, to capture her alive and then seize the Death Messenger intact is also very challenging for me. Moreover, there's only one chance to succeed. If she finds out that there's not only weak chicken Hu Shouxin in Mingzhou City, there's also me who can slap her into a meat pie with a sword, she'll probably run away immediately. After all, she has the heart of a hunter and knows how to weigh the situation. Weak chicken Hu Shouxin glared at him and said, What, now you know how powerful I am? Where's your confidence from before? Sun Lang waved his hand and said, Of course I'm confident. It's just that we need to change our tactics. Then we'll happily decide. We won't engage in a head-on fight. We'll think of a way to lure the opponent out and then launch a surprise attack. We'll use our strengths to attack their weaknesses. It's attacking their weaknesses. Zhang Yinluo said helplessly, How do we lure them out? Sun Lang smiled deeply and said, We'll lure Long Wanda back in the same way that he was lured here. Chapter 4:16. When the first light of dawn shone on the ground, the ancient city woke up from its slumber. The huge city gate was slowly opened. The peddlers, porters, and farmers who had been waiting outside the city for a long time entered the city under the guidance of the guards and began a new day of life. Mingzhou City was an important town in the north and the capital of a province. It was connected to the canal in the south, the kingdom of Lihua in the north, the prosperous Songzhou in the west, and the rivers flowing into the ocean in the east. It was a top-tier strategic location. When the court decided to open the border and deepen the communication with other countries, Mingzhou City was naturally the first to be targeted. Now, the people had already taken the first step of communication uneasily. The caravans full of hope were either heading west or north with goods and commodities that were full of the beauty of the east. The ruffians who did not have a good life in the empire could not stand the disdain and mockery of their fellow villagers. They gritted their teeth and sold the last of their belongings before joining the caravans of their fellow villagers with a padao in hand. They swore that they would make a name for themselves and leave their hometown where they were born and raised, leaving only a string of hot tears that they could not help but shed. Perhaps they would never come back. However, opportunities were always given to those who were prepared and decisive. A small number of people decided to step out of the country and go to a wider world, but more people still stayed in the land of their ancestors. They would talk about those brave or helpless adventures after a meal. They would criticize them and laugh at them. The land of their ancestors was here, the graves of their ancestors were here, and their parents were here. How could a filial son travel far away? The empire was famous for its martial arts, and the world was peaceful. Why would they go to a barbarian land outside of civilization? Also, it was said that the people there were only vulgar barbarians and terrible customs. They were dangerous and uncivilized. If they died in a foreign land, their bones would not even be able to return home. They would not be buried in their ancestral graves. If they died outside of civilization, they would be a lonely ghost. They would not even be able to receive the paper money burned by their descendants. A stable life, a land passed down from their ancestors, public opinion, and the ownership of their homeland made people stay in their small world willingly. They were not willing to step out of the country for the rest of their lives. They were satisfied with the ordinary life and did not want to break it. However, they looked at the people who were brave enough to take the first step with complicated feelings. There was no telling whether they were jealous, angry, disdainful, or envious. No matter what, no matter how they looked at their own people who had left the country, no matter how satisfied they were with their own little world, there was one thing that could not be changed. After the 4 barbarians opened up their borders, it wasn't just their own people who left. The foreigners had also come. The Lihua nation was founded on religious authority and imposed strict spiritual control and restrictions on its citizens. However, there were still people who yearned for democracy and freedom who escaped from the abyss of suffering in the Lihua nation and rushed to the Hudu Empire, the lighthouse of human civilization, the mysterious eastern ancient country, the legendary country of warriors. Some of them were fugitives, some were serfs, some were hiding from debts, some were escaping from being hunted down, and some were indeed people of the Empire of Spirit. They crossed the cold and long border between the two countries and fled to the largest city in the northern border of the empire in order to start a new and beautiful life. For this reason, they were ambitious and full of hope. However, just like there was always a little distance between reality and dreams, their ambition to start a new life and reach the peak of life to marry an Eastern beauty encountered one setback after another. First, they couldn't speak the empire's Chinese language. Second, the arrogant people of the empire thought that they were all uncivilized idiots. Throughout the empire, whether it was the lowly farmers and helpers, or the noble soldiers and officials, They all had a sense of superiority mixed with pity and contempt for all foreigners. Moreover, they all had a perfect self-consistent logic chain of, Mom said to stay away from idiots. Foreigners are all idiot. You're a foreigner, so you're also an idiot. Idiots, stay away from me. The most terrible thing was that because the people of the Empire and the Westerners were two completely different races, the racial differences were directly reflected in their appearance. It was obvious who was an idiot at a glance. Because of all the above reasons, it was almost impossible for illegal immigrants from foreign countries to win a chance to start their lives over in the Empire. Because of the natural sense of vigilance and disdain for foreigners, the result of opening a shop was that there were no customers at all. When the big families recruited servants, they liked to track down the third generation. They wanted the children of good families, who were clean and hard-working and willing to work. All foreigners had to stand aside. They didn't even need to hire guards. Besides, what kind of spirit did a foreigner have to compete with a group of locals who had been practicing martial arts since childhood to apply for a security job in the Huda Empire, which was known as the Kingdom of Warriors? Anyway, most of them were beaten into idiots by the people of the Empire, who were at least a head shorter than them in the combat test. Therefore, up until now, almost all the illegal immigrants who had been smuggled over from Fire had not been doing well in the Imperium. The most honorable job they had was to be employed by the local companies of the Imperium as trade consultants, discussing and formulating export plans with the ambitious merchants of the Imperium. The next respectable job was to be an actor in various theaters, a chef in a Western restaurant, or a clown in a circus to satisfy the spiritual needs of the people of the Empire to experience the foreign culture without leaving the country. Most of the foreigners who were not eloquent, not knowledgeable, not well educated, and not skilled in any field, and who were also lazy, were in dire straits in their own countries. It was even more difficult for them to make a move in the Empire. They could only squeeze together at the bottom of the society and be ostracized and guarded by the officials and the people of the Empire. Some of them couldn't change their nature and simply went to work without capital. Those were the most miserable ones. They all became the military exploits and achievements of the local garrisons. What a joke! This country had just won the War of Heaven's origin and boasted the most powerful standing army in the world. How stupid must they be to come all the way here to be bandits? However, apart from the above, there was a special case. Some foreigners were very popular in this city. At least, most of the people there were. Beautiful, exotic, young, voluptuous, and Caucasian women. They did not need to worry about employment at all. Food and accommodation were provided, and they received tips and annuities. They had a lot of potential customers and a huge market potential. If they were motivated and read more books to enrich themselves, they might even have a chance to get a long-term strategic partnership order. After signing the contract, they would be a magical girl who healed the hearts of the people with the magic of love. The example of the Ming province was also the norm for foreigners in the Empire. Almost everybody was used to it, both the natives of the Empire and the foreigners. The morals and limited women's rights of the people of the Empire only applied to the natives of the Empire. As for the foreigners, human beings were never noble animals. They never were. This was the world, this was the Ming province, and this was the most prosperous empire in the world. Under the appearance of good weather and peace, it still could not get rid of the shackles of a 1,000-year-old dynasty. Some people were laughing, and some people were crying. When enough people were crying, the tears would one day become burning flames of fury that would devour everything and rebuild a new order on the ruins. Then there was a problem. If the people crying were the people of the Empire, then the burning of fury would just be another change in the dynasty. However, if the people crying were the foreigners and the Empire's strength happened to weaken and reveal a weakness, what would happen when the burning of fury happened to be the time when the people crying were people of the Empire? Nobody knew, and nobody would consider such a question. The empire's military strength was the best in the world, and it was respected by all countries. It was unparalleled in the world, and the dynasty had lasted for thousands of years. Today was just one of many ordinary days. A new day had arrived. Everyone in the huge Mingzhou city started a new day of life. Whether they were citizens of the empire or foreigners, everyone had to continue their lives, whether they lived meaningfully or not. Under such circumstances, a beautiful, young, exotic, and curvaceous foreign woman entered the city with the crowd. She wore a thick cloak and used a veil to cover her face that would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Only a few strands of blonde hair were left outside to show her identity as a foreigner. In fact, although she wore a thick cloak, the men could still feel the instinctive throbbing of males from her back. Although her face was covered, her eyes, which were bluer than the sky, could almost make anyone sink into them. However, no one dared to approach her. They could not even get close to her because they also felt threatened by this woman. It was like seeing a tiger or a leopard in the mountains. The instinctive fear was not something that could be overcome by the identity of a citizen of the empire and the martial arts that they had practiced for a few years. Therefore, they could only force themselves to look away from the dangerous woman. Everyone deliberately ignored the woman who suddenly appeared. No one knew that the person standing in front of them was the most powerful warrior in the kingdom of Lifire. In the Empire's case, she was already a legendary figure like the Seven Luminaries' Sword Saint. Courier, the pilot of the Blazing Angel Death Messenger, was at the top of the battle order of the Blazing Angels in the kingdom of Lifire. She was a flame guard of the order who enjoyed extremely high status and honor. She had crossed the border to the Hudu Empire to carry out a very important mission. She was determined to succeed, and she would not allow anyone to interfere. Feeling the vigilance and strange gazes around her, she sighed inwardly. After all, a foreigner was already very eye-catching in a foreign country, let alone her. Even if she covered herself to the greatest extent, she would still attract the instinctive covetousness and attention of males. However, in the cloth pocket inside her cloak, there was the travel document signed by the General of Mingzhou Province and the ID certificate of the Kingdom of Lifire. In Mingzhou City, the two items could almost solve all the problems and troubles from the government. They could even make her a VIP. That was her trump card. The Blazing Angel Death Messenger was hiding in a small wood outside the city. She could make an emergency deployment at any time. That was her trump card. Also, as the most powerful warrior in the Kingdom of Lifire, she carried a delicate and powerful single combat weapon. Plus the courage and skills that she had gained from fighting ferocious beasts on the ice field since she was a child, she was confident that she would not be inferior to most of the warriors of the Empire who did not have the Imperial Army. Didn't the battle with the big-breasted woman from the east prove that? Brave warriors knew no borders, and they were definitely not the exclusive rights of the Hudu Empire. Speaking of which, that woman had left the Kingdom of Lifire 2 years ago. She could be considered a smart person. In the words of the East, it was a wise choice to retreat after making a contribution. After all, she was a citizen of the Empire after all and would not be trusted by the bishops. Even if she made great military contributions by luck, she would only be rewarded perfunctorily. If she stayed in the Kingdom of Lifire where the situation was more and more delicate, her position would be more and more awkward. She was told that her hometown was in Mingzhou, too. Although they were not good friends, they had known each other for a while and fought side by side. Should she pay her a visit? That pair of beautiful blue eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous light. This so-called visit was obviously not the joy of reuniting with an old friend. I wonder if you have made any progress in this period of time after returning to the country of martial arts? However, she quickly gave up on the idea. After all, she still had an important mission that had to be completed and kept secret. Today, she had snuck into Mingzhou City and used the excuse of investigating the situation and gathering intelligence to deal with the meddlesome staff officers of the Bureau of Military Statistics. If she met with that woman privately and exposed that she was in Mingzhou City, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Therefore, she had to give up the tempting idea. She would think about it later. She raised her head and looked at the houses on both sides, the noisy streets, and the people walking to and fro. This was a completely different scenery from the Li-Fire nation. It had a different architectural style, a different appearance, and a different culture. This was the Ho-Tu Empire, the strongest country in the world, the country in the legends. This is my first time here, the kingdom of martial arts. Although it is my first time here, I know you better than most of your citizens because you are the Ho-Tu Empire, Courier sighed softly as she looked at the capital of Mingzhou, which was clearly more lively and prosperous than most cities in the kingdom of Li-Fire. She stopped a person and asked in a cold but pleasant voice, "Excuse me, how do I get to the Rangers Guild here?" Yes, she was speaking the Ho-Tu Chinese, the official language of the empire. It was so pure that the person who was stopped and asked was stunned for a moment, before showing a surprised and friendly expression. Basically, if a foreigner could speak pure Chinese that was not inferior to the locals, they would usually be surprised and have a good impression. If the foreigner also knew the customs and legends of the empire like the back of his hand, could sing a few plays or recite a few poems, there was a high chance that he would be regarded as an international friend who admired the empire. After all, only those who identified with the empire and had a good impression of it would study the culture of the empire so seriously, right? Courier communicated fluently with the other party and obtained important information before declining his enthusiastic suggestion to lead the way, although the other party's eagerness was largely due to her unconcealable charm of the opposite sex. Waving at the other party from afar, she laughed coldly inwardly as she looked at his bewildered and infatuated look. Arrogance and conceit had been deeply engraved in the heart of every citizen of the empire. Admiration of the emperor and acknowledgement of the empire, is that why you speak the Ho-Tu Chinese so well? What a joke! All commanders and knights above the level of holy knights in the Angels of Fire's battle order are required to learn the language of the later Earth and understand the customs of the Empire. It is a compulsory procedure that is second only to theological training. The Hall of Fire Spear and the General Staff Headquarters have specialized departments that study the Empire. All high-ranking knights and priests are learning your language, studying your culture and analyzing your temperament. Is it because the entire Order of Fire acknowledges you? We do it to defeat you. The Kingdom of Mystic Water, the Kingdom of Acute Metal, and even the Kingdom of Green would all have similar departments that are studying you with all their might. We crazily want to decipher the secrets of the Imperial Army, but the chances are slim, so we settle for the next best thing, learning and imitating your martial arts. However, our body structure is not suitable for learning your martial arts, and our concepts and cultural knowledge make it impossible for us to understand your obscure mental technique. That's fine, we pay a huge price to hire Ho-Tu martial artists to teach us martial arts. We continue to analyze your culture and search for your flaws, because you are the Ho-Tu Empire, the most powerful nation in the world, and there can only be one most powerful nation. She slowly lowered her eyes, dispelling the sharp killing intent in them and restraining the aura that she had unknowingly unleashed. However, the agitation in her heart never ceased. The Ho-Tu Empire. She was now standing here. The empire made the theocracy unable to eat or sleep in peace. It was the Order's long-standing obsession, its abundant military power, powerful martial artists, the miraculous imperial army, its long history, rich land, and endless wealth. Those were her mission, her responsibility, her obsession, and her long-cherished wish. They were also the mission of everyone in the Order. She was a soldier, a knight, and a believer. The mission of the country, the responsibility of the Order, and the mission of the believer. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Today, I've come here. Sooner or later, I'll enter this place in a different way and shatter all of your arrogance, returning all of your superiority back to you. She looked at everything around her with eyes full of ambition and the desire to conquer. The majestic city, the rich country, and the numerous subjects were like an unprecedentedly powerful beast that was showing her powerful strength and sharp claws. However, she was a hunter who had participated in hunting since she was a child. No matter how powerful the prey was, they all had weaknesses and would die. As long as there was patience, courage, and skill, and now, the weakness of this terrifying prey seemed to be revealed a little. So, Lone Walker, for the glory of the flame, please make a sacrifice. The opportunity to defeat the Hoodoo Empire will start with you. From this step, she smiled confidently and prepared to go to Hu Shoshin's Ranger Guild. The Lone Walker must have gone to ask Hu Shoshin for help. She would investigate first. Then, she heard an exclamation, "Amateus Buddha! Benefactress, can you take off your veil and let me have a good look?" Chapter 4:17. The young blazing angel pilot stood on the street of a potential enemy country, looking at the rich city and the rich people. She secretly had the ambition of conquering. Sooner or later, she would drive the invincible blazing angel armor, as the victor and conqueror, and bring the flame torrent of the Lihua kingdom into the city through the most magnificent gate, and let the flame phoenix flag of the theocracy fill the ancient city. This city was just the beginning. She had to conquer more land and plunder more wealth. The strong lived and the weak died. Humans were animals and humans were beasts. The law of the jungle had been passed through history, and only the strong could survive. It was even more so between countries. Just as her heart was surging and her blood was boiling, she heard such words. "Amateus, benefactress, can you remove your veil and let this poor Taoist take a good look?" She was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that the words were directed at her. She turned around and saw an old man with a white beard, who was glaring at her face with an almost impolite look. The old man was wearing a plain Taoist robe and was holding a horsetail whisk. His white beard was fluttering in the wind and his face was kind. He looked like an immortal, but for some reason, when Creel saw his face, a very subtle emotion suddenly rose in her heart. She wanted to punch the old man in the face and send him flying. Damn it, heathen. Courier did not have a good impression of this Taoist because of their different beliefs and the xenophobic nature of the Church of Flame. When she thought of his extremely rude words, she was so angry that she almost laughed. Had the clergy of the Empire fallen to this extent? How dare he hit on and harass a woman on the street? If someone dared to talk to her like that in the Lihua Kingdom, that person would be hung up in the local court's dungeon within 10 minutes and would never be able to leave. However, she couldn't do that now. This was the Ho-Tu Empire. She couldn't make a big deal out of it, or else she would be in danger of exposing herself. She looked at him coldly and decided to teach him a lesson. Even if this was the Hoodoo Empire, the dignity of the Li Fire Guards could not be insulted. But before she could do anything, a righteous and angry voice came from behind her. "You coward, how dare you molest a woman on the street?" Courier's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and saw an imperial man dressed like a scholar walking over angrily. He grabbed the Taoist in front of him and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a pervert. You're an old cow, yet you want to chew on young grass. You're so shameless." The Taoist priest blew his beard and glared at him. He slapped the other party's hand away and said angrily, "Pervert your head. I'm not bragging, but I've lived for so long and I'm still a virgin. How can you accuse me?" The man pointed at Courier and said angrily, "Then what's going on? I heard it just now. She was walking on the street and you went up to her and asked her to take off her veil. What's the difference between you and the rich second generations in the imperial court? You still say this isn't molesting a woman? He said angrily. Okay, you said you wanted to enlighten me and insisted on dragging me out on the street to see you enlighten the world. I thought a coward like you could do a few things. I didn't expect you to do this kind of shady business. The coward's nose was naturally by Shui. At this moment, he was furious. When you enter the sect, I'll teach you how to respect your teacher. Raise your donkey ears and listen carefully. I want to see her face. How is this molesting a woman? Although this woman used a veil to cover her face, her eyes were still exposed. I just saw something wrong with her eyes. But after all, her face was covered and I couldn't see everything. What's the problem with having her take off her veil, and let me take a closer look? The scholar was Wan Yuanzhong, who had been spared by Sun Lang and escaped with his life. That night, he had already made up his mind to die and had publicly broken off relations with Qin Hui. Later, the imperial envoy had indeed calculated everything but was one step behind. As a result, he was defeated and died. All of his plans had been for naught. He had broken off relations with Qin Hui and had long since disregarded life and death. Even if Qin Hui was defeated and Sun Lang won, to him, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was nothing more than death. He had asked Sun Lang to allow him to collect Qin Hui's body out of friendship. He had been prepared to be rejected and humiliated. He hadn't expected Sun Lang to be so benevolent and easily agree to his request. Even if he had taken care of Qin Hui's funeral and gone to meet his death as agreed, he had been casually sent away by Sun Lang. Other than forbidding him to leave Mingzhou, there were no additional requirements or restrictions. He could move freely in Mingzhou and do whatever he wanted. This great hero's son, who exactly was he? He had saved General Hu, killed all of the black armored soldiers who had entered the city, and even killed the imperial envoy. These actions were no different from treason. Anyone who had been involved in this kind of thing would certainly kill everyone who knew about it to silence them. Then, they would wander the world and escape as far as they could. However, after doing such a big thing, he still swaggered around in Mingzhou. It was as if he was not at all worried about the storm of anger and attacks from the court and imperial power. Where did his confidence come from? Wan Yuanzhong was not stupid, especially after he discovered that the old general of Tianyuan, Hu Shouxin, who had just been surrounded and killed by Tensei Province, was strolling around Marquis Jing'an's manor as if nothing had happened. The Mingzhou Yamen didn't even dare to let out half a fart. He sensed some clues. Brother Qin, you've probably been sucked into a terrifying situation that is enough to shake all levels of society. It was precisely because of this that he made the decision to directly cremate Qin Hui and bury her in Mingzhou. As for the thought of carrying Brother Qin back to his hometown, it immediately vanished into thin air. He knew that Qin Hui would probably never be able to be properly buried in his hometown. After finishing this matter, he decided to temporarily build a coffin and watch over Qin Hui's coffin. He would first settle down peacefully until that great hero's son thought of how to deal with him or the imperial army came to quell the rebellion. Then, he would be charged with the crime of neglecting his duties and have him die silently. However, the idea was very beautiful, but reality made him speechless. He had just buried Brother Qin when that brain-damaged cow-nosed Taoist priest came knocking on his door. In the beginning, he had thought that the other party had come to mock him and Qin Hui. Unexpectedly, this Taoist priest really did come to mock them. He really deserved a beating. This Taoist priest did not have the compassion of a monk at all. As the saying goes, when a Taoist dies, the light goes out and he is buried in peace. This guy did not know how to respect the dead at all. In front of Brother Qin's tombstone and himself, he first pretended to express his condolences and then began to talk nonstop. To sum it up, it was something like this. I've long said that this fellow will meet unexpected people and will die with his body smashed to pieces. You didn't believe me and even scolded me. Now are you stupid? Are you stupid? Did he meet someone he didn't expect? Is he going to die with his body smashed to pieces? I've already said that I'm a professional Taoist priest. How could I speak without thinking? And so on. Then, it was shameless and vile showing off. For example, like this. How about it? Let me ask you, are you convinced? This old Taoist priest's eyes are like torches and my words are accurate. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. This benefactor Qin did not believe in evil, so he died. Are you scared? Are you envious of my ability? Do you think I'm very powerful? He was completely showing off and showing off. I don't know what he's here for. It seems like he's here purely to show off, talk big and then brag. Besides that, when he's showing off and bragging, he always pays attention to me, as if he wants to see some kind of reaction from me. Envy? Regret? Too late to regret? He wanted to see his regretful face and then get pleasure from it. This scum of Taoism. Wan Yuanzhong experienced a night of life and death. He broke up with Qin Hui and was prepared to die. He saw the situation reversed and Qin Hui was defeated. He experienced so many exciting things in one night. His state of mind was up and down several times. He had already seen through the world of mortals. When he saw Taoist priest Bai Shui showing off in front of him, he made up his mind. No matter how strong Taoist priest Bai Shui was, he did not know how to restrain himself. The more he spoke, the more outrageous he became. Then, he could not bear it anymore and raised his fist. Although Taoist priest Bai Shui looked old, he was really resistant to beatings and was very good at dodging. He gave people the feeling that he was often beaten. Therefore, the peaceful life of guarding the coffin became lively. The quiet sitting became a fierce fight. When they were tired, they quarreled. When they were tired, they continued to fight. Wan Yuanzhong did not know what was wrong with Taoist priest Bai Shui. He just did not want to leave. Wan Yuanzhong gradually became suspicious. If Taoist priest Bai Shui was just here to show off, he did not have to continue to show off. What was he trying to do? Taoist priest Bai Shui was suspicious. He asked Taoist priest Bai Shui for a while. Taoist priest Bai Shui finally told him that Taoist priest Bai Shui saw that Taoist priest Bai Shui had the root of wisdom and wanted to teach him something. The reason why Taoist priest Bai Shui did not tell him at the beginning was that since ancient times, only disciples asked their masters to teach them. Otherwise, how could he show his face? Ahahaha, he wanted to take him as a disciple. Why didn't he say so earlier? But Wan Yuanzhong was very moved. Then, he rejected Taoist priest Bai Shui. What a joke! In his eyes, Taoist priest Bai Shui was a Jianghu swindler who was full of nonsense. How dare he drag Wan Yuanzhong down with him? Unexpectedly, Taoist priest Bai Shui was really persistent. He pestered Wan Yuanzhong all day and did not stop at night. Wan Yuanzhong was annoyed and reluctantly agreed. Because Taoist priest Bai Shui compromised and said that the two of them could be friends and master. They just wanted to travel the world together and cultivate in the mortal world. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Scholars all had a complex of seclusion, and Wan Yuanzhong was no exception. Therefore, he changed his mind and wanted to observe first. For example, he wanted to see how Taoist priest Bai Shui cultivated in the mortal world. Then, early in the morning, he followed behind and saw Taoist priest Bai Shui flirting with a woman. Cultivate your mother's Tao. Happiness Zen is Buddhism. F***ck. He felt that he was deceived and betrayed. Taoist priest Bai Shui was indeed an indecent Taoist priest. Seeing that the woman was stopped by the lecherous Taoist priest Bai Shui, he naturally did not shirk his responsibility and stepped forward to help. As for Taoist priest Bai Shui's words, "Her face is not good, let her take off the veil and take a closer look," in his eyes, it was undoubtedly a quibble and an excuse. Wan Yuanzhong was so angry that he laughed. Your face-reading technique is really good. You can see flowers and plants just by looking at the eyes. Okay, you first tell me, what's wrong with this girl? Taoist priest Bai Shui did not care about the Western woman. This was a good opportunity to show his skills and intimidate his disciple. He stroked his beard and proudly said, "This woman has the look of an eagle and a wolf. Her eyes are confident and restrained. She is a person with ambition and power. She has wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, which is a secret delight. Her plan should have stable and good development, but," Wan Yuanzhong expressionlessly said, "but her face is dead. I'm afraid that she will go for wool and come home shorn. Even if she fails at the last step, she will lose everything. Looking at her eyes, there will be a bloody disaster in the near future, right?" Taoist priest Bai Shui was surprised at first, and then he was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to have such talent. I really have a discerning eye. You are really very talented. It's a pity that you don't join my sect. How did you see it?" "Haha," Wan Yuanzhong said with a fake smile. "I didn't see it. I just remembered your previous criticism and conclusion of Brother Qin, so I copied it and repeated it. That's all." "Ah, is there such a thing? Doesn't that mean?" Taoist priest Bai Shui touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he turned to Courier and said, "Benefactor, you are finished." Wan Yuanzhong sneered. "You're making it up? Keep making it up? So that's how it is. I finally understand. I thought you were a Taoist priest and almost believed you. Now I see your way of thinking. It's not that you have predicted Brother Qin's ending, but that you say a few words to everyone you meet. Brother Qin's matter is just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's just a coincidence." Taoist priest Bai Shui said angrily, "Why are you so stupid? Why would I lie to you?" Wan Yuanzhong pointed at Courier and asked, "You mean this woman is also like Brother Qin? She has a secret mission and has an unspeakable conspiracy. In the end, she will fail at the last step and inexplicably lose everything? How can there be such a coincidence in the world?" Taoist priest Bai Shui straightened his neck and said, "It's not an inexplicable loss, it's a crushing defeat. She has no power to resist at all and has to sacrifice herself. Yes, she even has the peach blossom face." Wan Yuanzhong was so angry that he almost laughed. "I gave you a stick, and you climbed it. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Look at her hair and her eyes. She's obviously a foreigner. A foreign woman who came to Mingzhou. You're saying that she has eagle eyes and wolf eyes? You're saying that she's ambitious? Are you kidding me?" Although there are not many foreigners in Mingzhou, there are still quite a few of them. "You casually met one and she is a big fish?" Taoist priest Bai Shui hesitated and said, "Yes, she is a foreigner. But the problem is, it could only be said that in this era and this country, the contempt for foreigners was deeply ingrained in their bones. Just because the other party was a foreigner, she was labeled as a piece of trash who could not make any wave." Both Wan Yuanzhong, who was a civil servant, and Taoist priest Bai Shui, who was a Taoist priest, thought so. Courier had mixed feelings as she looked at the two imperial people who were quarreling for no reason. Although she was well versed in sinology and the Order of the Blaze had a deep understanding of the empire, there was one field that would not be touched in the course that covered most of the customs of the later Earth Empire, and that was the religion and occultism of the empire. The glorious believer of the flames would not study the wrong theology of heresy. She also scoffed at the so-called Buddhas and deities. Her view on the so-called fortune-telling and physiognomy was the same as the Western astrology. It was all bullsh*t, all heresy, and all blind guesses. She did not believe a single word of it. At first, the Taoist priest said a few words and was actually right by accident, which gave her a fright. Later on, the other man's mockery made her relax. It seemed that he was just a liar. Courier did not know why, But when she saw the two men escalating their inexplicable quarrel and the fact that they were seriously discussing whether the foreign woman they met was a conspirator or not, she suddenly felt a sense of panic when she heard the serious and laughable speculation. It was her hunter's intuition, her battle instinct. Her mind was warning her that something terrible would happen if she allowed the two imperial soldiers to continue talking. Thus, she took 2 steps back, and her beautiful eyes, which were as clear as the sky, quickly became misty. Her entire person exuded a pitiful and helpless aura. Even if one couldn't see her face, just her pair of eyes that could speak could make any man feel pity for her. Beauty could transcend national boundaries. Then, she immediately turned around and staggered away like a frightened deer. The man's voice came from behind her. "Did you see that? You scared her away. Look at your lecherous face, I know that you are not a good person. She must be able to understand the imperial language, and heard what you said. Bah, it is not easy for a foreigner to come to the Empire to make a living. Every day they have to live in fear of getting into trouble. How dare you say that she is a conspirator?" Taoist Bai Shui was a bit embarrassed. A young foreign woman was naturally harmless in his mind, but he did see some clues with his physiognomy. He was confused. Did I see it wrong? Because the veil covered most of her face. He was talking to himself. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze. He turned around and saw Wan Yuanzhong was staring at him with disdain and indifference. Then, he began to have a headache. How could he gain the trust of this suspicious and stubborn guy? Courier quickly left the street under the surprised eyes of the passers-by. After confirming that the two men did not chase after her, she breathed a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in her heart slowly disappeared. Two strange people from the Empire. She looked around. It was an unfamiliar place. She smiled bitterly and was about to continue asking for directions. But before she took 2 steps, her body trembled. She heard a familiar voice. What could be more familiar and nostalgic than suddenly hearing one's mother tongue in a foreign country? For a moment, even the strong-willed Li Fire guards with hearts as hard as stone fell into a daze. It was a man shouting loudly. She took 2 steps closer and heard the familiar Slaller language. She also saw a Slaller compatriot sitting on an open carriage, using a metal horn to shout loudly. "My compatriots, people from the Li Fire Kingdom, descendants of the Flame. We left our hometown, for various reasons, and came to the Ho-Tu Empire to start a new life. We look forward to it, and we dream about it. But how cruel is the reality? The new life is not as beautiful as we imagined. There is no gold everywhere, no carefree paradise, and no delicious food. There is only a low house, a damp bed, and a life of hunger and hunger. Are you still hungry and cold? Are you still hungry? Are you still hungry? Are you still hungry? Are you still hungry? Are you still helpless? Have you already forgotten hope? Are you living under the supercilious eyes of others? Are you living like a clown? Are you feeling that your dignity has been trampled on? Do you want a better life? Then, please allow me to inform you all. The opportunity is here. The rich and generous merchant of the Ming Prefecture, His Excellency Zhang Jianyuan. He owns the largest food processing factory in the Ming Prefecture, has a compassionate heart, and has a lot of jobs. His business is taking off. He is kind, gentle, and compassionate. He is willing to give the Slalos a chance. If you want a better life, if you still have the courage and determination that you had when you left your motherland in your exhausted body, if you are still unwilling to be ordinary, then say goodbye to your current life and work, go to the embroidery hall bravely, and open the gate of wealth that Mr. Zhang Jianyuan has prepared for us. A better living environment, a bright dormitory, 3 sumptuous meals, generous pay, and supporting entertainment facilities to meet the needs of life, so that everyone can work fulfilling and happily. This is the future that His Excellency Zhang Jianyuan has promised us. Everything is true. Everything is true. You can use your own eyes to witness it and see it for yourself. Also, His Excellency Zhang Jianyuan intends to export the products of the embroidery hall to our homeland. If you still have relatives and friends in your homeland, if you want to return to your homeland with a more dignified identity, then join us. The embroidery hall is actively expanding its international business. Perhaps you only need a chance to turn from a penniless illegal immigrant to a noble business manager. Trust us, and we will give you a future. Come on, my compatriots. Let us unite around the great His Excellency Zhang Jianyuan and fight for a bright future for the Slalos. Live with dignity. For our children, for a better life. Creel was dumbfounded as he watched his compatriot waving his fists in the air and shouting such impassioned words. Under the gazes of the people of the Empire, who were watching a monkey show, he swaggered through the streets in a carriage. What is this embroidery hall? Chapter 4:18. Courier stared at everything that was happening in front of his eyes, dumbfounded. The compatriot of Slalos had already left in a car. Looking from afar, he was still waving his arms, leaving a series of passionate and fanatical slogans and preaching echoing in the straight street. Logically speaking, after the Hutu Empire declared its opening, many foreigners were full of yearning and longing for the legendary Eastern country. However, yearning was one thing, but it all depended on whether or not the country was willing to let them go. As it happened, the Kingdom of Liefire, which bordered the Hutu Empire, was a highly authoritarian theocracy. High pressure, mental control, and theocracy determined that they were extremely xenophobic. There was no precedent to go through the official immigration procedures at all. It meant that the Slalos was right. At this moment, the Slalos in the Hutu Empire, except for the envoys, students, and merchants who were appointed by the government, were basically all illegal immigrants. Instead of calling them illegal immigrants, they could be defined as traitors. After all, they were all illegal escapees who crossed the border in secret. According to the laws of the order and the country, they would be hanged either way. According to the strict rules of the Order of Fire, those dregs who had betrayed their country should be dragged back and burned at the stake. The Kingdom of Liefire had also proposed to have the Hutu Empire send those illegal immigrants back for trial. However, because they did not grasp the situation well, they appeared to be too arrogant and bossy. In the end, they were rejected by the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. It had to be said that the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies did not quite understand the diplomatic relations of the great powers in the new era. Also, one could not expect the feudal countries in this era to have mature extradition regulations and relevant systems. Also, the dignity of the Heavenly Empire had to be taken into consideration. Are you kidding? We will do whatever you ask us to do, old Slalos. If this spreads out and the people of other government offices learn about it, where will we put our face? Besides, it was the decision of the imperial court to open up the 4 barbarians. In the end, a group of people who sought refuge with our celestial empire were driven back in the first year. If this news were to spread, would the scholars of the other countries still want to seek refuge with us? Moreover, don't think that we don't know what you guys are like. Once this group of people returns, they will definitely be tied to the rack and roasted alive. Pushing people back into the fire pit like this is a loss of virtue. I won't do it. As the saying goes, a weak country has no diplomacy. How could the dignified celestial empire be bossed around by barbarians? Especially when the war had just ended, the newly promoted Dahonglu of the Honglu Temple was also someone who had been on the battlefield. Moreover, he had coincidentally worked under someone whose name must not be mentioned. It could be said that he had been poisoned by this person. He was full of bad habits and was not the slightest bit reasonable. Especially at this time when the Ho-Tu Empire's martial arts was flourishing and was above the present age, the officials of the Honglu Temple were spoiled to the point that their noses were raised to the sky. They all ignored the envoys of other countries. A Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple, who had been a civil official, could not stand it and reminded the De Honglu to pay attention to the face of the Heavenly Empire. In the end, he was spat on the face. The face of the Celestial Empire? Face your mother. Face is the phoenix-winged gold-plated centipede in this official's hand. Face is the millions of brave soldiers and thousands of generals of the imperial court. If the country loses its elite soldiers and only has you bookworms who only care about face, let's see if those barbarians will care about face or not. With such a person in the Ministry of Rights, the so-called diplomatic mediation was a joke. The divine power of flames was rebuffed, but there was nothing they could do, because this matter could not be settled. Although the chief official of the Honglu Temple was unreasonable, in the final analysis, it was because the trade and technology exchange negotiations between the Ho-Tu Empire and the divine power of flames had hit a wall. After all, the divine power of flames knew their own situation. They even strictly guarded their own citizens, controlled their thoughts, and forbade them from conducting any scientific and firearms experiments. How could they allow the stupid pagans to flood in on a large scale? They had always been wary of their eastern neighbor. Of course, they had another choice. If the empire was unwilling to do it, they could do it themselves. However, this proposal was quickly rejected. After all, the Ho-Tu Empire was the most powerful country in the world, and it had a very stubborn pride in certain aspects. Sending the inquisitors of the court to sneak into the empire's territory and capture thousands of criminals, thieves, rogues, and idlers at the risk of angering the empire. It was a pain in the ass no matter how one looked at it. Therefore, after various considerations, apart from strengthening the border patrol and establishing the joint punishment system to intimidate the citizens, the Li-Fire Kingdom also tacitly accepted the situation and turned a blind eye to the scumbags who fled to the Ho-Tu Empire. However, as one of the 5 most powerful countries in the world, the Order of Flames had its temper too. After being rebuffed on one side, the Order of Flames immediately retaliated by making things difficult for the caravans from the Empire and increasing the tariff. By the way, this matter was somewhat related to the Zhang residents. After hearing about the discord between the two countries and confirming that the friendship between Yinluo and the Li-Fire Kingdom's royal family was not affected at all, Grandpa Zhang immediately made the decision to fan the flames in the Li-Fire Kingdom, increase the tariffs, and make things difficult for them. Alright, I agree with both hands. It would be best to force all the competitors into a dead end so that the Zhang family would forever monopolize the trade route with the Li-Fire Kingdom. As a noble flame guardian of the Order of the Blaze, Choriel was also a future star favored by the red-robed cardinals. She had the right to participate in all kinds of political discussions and was well aware of the matter. Naturally, she knew that her compatriots did not live well after escaping to the Empire. However, she was not moved at all. She even wanted to laugh. As the flame guardian of the Order of the Blaze, who had a bright future, she did not have a good impression of these traitors. However, that did not stop her from being somewhat interested in what was happening before her eyes. From that person's speech, she knew that the Slalos in Bright State City were not living well. That was why she was relieved. However, there was another piece of news that piqued her interest. An imperial named Zhang Jianyuan, for some unknown reason, had extended a helping hand to the Slaroans. As someone who was familiar with the empire, she knew the arrogance of the imperial people very well. An imperial merchant actually sympathized with a group of illegal immigrants, and even wanted to provide work for a group of fugitives, liars, and scum? Was his brain damaged? After being shocked, she became vigilant. If the merchant was not naive and cute, then he must be a scheming, and a big bad guy with bad intentions. Courier could not help but think of the serfs who struggled to survive under the whips of the nobles in the Liefire kingdom, and the criminals who mined minerals deep in the mountains and underground for the order. Those people could no longer be considered human, whether it was their numb hearts or the treatment they had been subjected to. Those living pieces of meat were like a bunch of livestock that looked very much like human beings. She frowned and thought of something. Although those illegal immigrants were traitors who had betrayed their motherland, and even if they returned to their country, they would be executed or thrown into the Baikalia wilderness to dig coal. However, it did not mean that they could be treated as livestock and slaves by the imperial people at will. It did not mean that she could stand by and do nothing about it. They were also descendants of fire, and their bodies and souls belonged to the spirit of fire. In the mortal world, only the order was qualified to judge and punish what they had done. Even the Hutu Empire was not qualified, let alone a small merchant. Courier hesitated for a moment and made a decision. After the mission was completed and the Lone Ranger and the pilot were recovered, she had to return to the headquarters of the Order as soon as possible for the handover and debriefing. She could not stay in the Empire for even a moment. It was completely unrealistic to expect the Order to take care of and investigate the people in the Ming province. Therefore, although the mission was important, this matter had to be taken seriously. Therefore, she decided to find out who Zhang Jianyuan was and what the embroidery hall was for. If Zhang Jianyuan was really a kind merchant, then it would be fine. But if he was a swindler with bad intentions, then she had to find a way to deal with him. She had always been a resolute person. Now that she had made a decision, she would not hesitate. Courier looked around and found a man who looked more honest and asked, "Brother, may I know how to get to the embroidery hall?" It had to be said that beauty was the best weapon. Although she covered her face with a veil and covered her beautiful body with a thick cloak, her blue eyes, which were as blue as the sky, and her cold temperament showed a sense of sacredness that could not be profaned. When had the honest man of the Empire seen such a beauty? He could not even speak clearly and stuttered as he pointed out the direction. Courier got the answer she wanted. Leaving the confused man where he was, Courier walked in the direction of the embroidery hall. Along the way, she had already met 3 carriages, each carrying a slero. They were waving their arms and shouting the same thing. Even the lines were the same. "My compatriots, are you confused about the predicament and embarrassment you are in today? Seize the opportunity in front of you, get a decent life, and join us. Join the embroidery hall. Believe in yourself and your value. The generous and rich Mr. Zhang Jianyuan is waiting for you in the embroidery hall." Something like that. She could not help but feel more and more worried. It seemed that the shocking and extremely provocative speech did not come from the Slero compatriot's own eloquence, but from someone else's lines. This made Courier feel very uneasy. If this was an organized conspiracy, then the purpose of the other party was obviously not difficult to guess. She was worried when she suddenly heard a surprised voice. You are a Slero, right?" Courier looked up and saw a bearded Slero man rushing over with a surprised face. He reached out to grab her arm and said, Come with me. There is a place to make a fortune." Courier frowned and took a step back. With her skills, it was too easy to avoid this grab. When dealing with the people of the Empire, she had to be cautious and patient, but when dealing with the extremely suspicious and malicious Slero in front of her, she had no worries. She said coldly, "What do you want? Get out of my way." The man grabbed nothing and was stunned for a moment. Then, when he heard this rude reprimand, his face was a little embarrassed. Since ancient times, the Russians had the habit of drinking and beating their wives. Their attitude towards women could be imagined. What's more, they were all illegal immigrants exiled abroad. What was there to be arrogant about? He said angrily, "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I am giving you a chance to make a fortune. You'd better shut your mouth and follow me obediently. Otherwise, looking at your appearance, it seems that you are not bad. First, take off your veil and let me have a good look. As soon as he finished speaking, Courier rushed forward. After hearing the words "take off your veil," she suddenly thought of the infidel she had met earlier. The unhappiness and anger in her heart that she had yet to vent gushed out. She opened her 5 fingers and pressed her right hand, which was wrapped in a tactical glove, on the man's face. She directly lifted the man, who was close to 100 kilograms, and slammed him into an empty alley at the side. Then there were wails and screams. The man, who was as strong as a bear, was trampled under her feet and beaten up violently. Courier stepped on the man's head and looked down at him condescendingly. "You dirty pig, lowly bastard, born scum. Even if you have fled abroad, you still haven't changed your nature of scum. Does bullying and trapping your fellow countrymen make you so happy?" The man screamed loudly, "Spare me! Spare me! This noble lady, I don't have any ill intentions. I really don't have any ill intentions." A ferocious smile appeared on Courier's face. She exerted force with her feet and pressed the man's head against the limestone floor. She continued to crush her heels and smiled happily. "Oh? No ill intentions? Then where do you plan to take me? A brothel or the bed of some big shot?" The man was scared out of his wits. He howled, "No, I swear I didn't." "Lower your voice, you pig." Courier first scolded angrily, then smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to deny it. A man should face his own desires. It doesn't matter how many bad things you do, because it's only hurting others. The strong hurting the weak is the law of heaven, but lying is wrong. Lying is disrespectful to yourself." She exerted force with her feet and said with a smile, "So, do you understand? You can actually do what you want. You can sell me to a brothel or sell me to some big shot. There's no problem at all. As long as you can defeat me, you can do anything to me. You can even treat me as a plaything, as long as you have the right. In this world, only the strong can survive. The strong can dominate the weak. As long as you have the tolerance, as long as you have the power, you can do whatever you want. Do you understand?" The man was so scared that he almost peed. Other than nodding his head fiercely, he couldn't say anything. Then Courier's voice became as cold as ice. "But you're too weak. Whether it's your body or your soul, you're too weak. I've said it before. The strong have the right to deal with the weak. If you can defeat me, you can do whatever you want with my body. But now I've defeated you." A bright blade flashed out from the cloak, and a long knife slowly stuck to the man's face. Courier's voice became cruel. "Are you ready to have everything taken away?" The man trembled and howled at the top of his voice. "Spare me! Please don't kill me! Please don't kill me! I didn't do anything. I'm not a bad person. You'll get into trouble if you kill people here. Do you think I'll care about this?" Courier said calmly. "You have to understand that I can do whatever I want with you. Whether I kill you or not, it's all up to me." Finally, this Slaro man was at the bottom of society. He knew how to read people's expressions. He immediately said loudly, "Please order me around. From today onwards, you're my master. You're just an ant. You don't even have the right to be my slave." Courier said coldly, "Try your best to save your life. First tell me, who are you working for? How many Slaro girls have you harmed? Where have you sold them?" The man was stunned. Then, he shouted loudly, I didn't. You don't have much time left. My patience is the same." Lord Yen Wei's tone became colder. "Maybe you need to suffer a little before you can understand your situation?" This Slaro man knew that he had made a big mistake. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He also knew that the situation was urgent. He tried his best to deny. "I didn't kidnap people. I don't work for brothels or rich people. Even though I'm a destitute Slaro, I will never harm my own people." "Oh!" Courier chuckled. "A few minutes ago, You stopped me on the street when I was a stranger. You touched me and said that you were going to take me to make a fortune. You said that you were going to take me to make a fortune. You said that you were going to take me to make a fortune. Didn't you want to introduce me to an easy, decent, and well-paid job? The man was stunned. Then, he nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Courier rolled his eyes. Honest sir, as a reward, I'll take your ears. The poor Slero suddenly felt a chill in his ears. In a flash, he finally understood the key to this big mistake. He shouted with all his strength, I'm taking you to the embroidery hall. The merchant named Zhang Jianyuan. I'm going to do a proper job. The chill dissipated. Courier was stunned. Then, he exerted force on his feet and sneered. Oh? Then I have to thank you? You should make up a more appropriate reason. A rogue, scumbag, and swindler who fled to the Hutu Empire. In order to find a decent job for a Slero compatriot who is also in a foreign country, you don't ask for anything in return. When you meet a compatriot, you pull her away without any explanation. You have such a good heart. Why didn't you get selected by the church to preach in the remote countryside of the theocracy? Why did you escape to this country? The man howled, Wrong, wrong. It's not that I don't ask for anything in return. I also get paid. I'm only doing this for the money. I can earn 300 coins by pulling a healthy young man. Courier was stunned. He relaxed the force on his feet a little. You work for Zhang Jianyuan? You're responsible for recruiting people for him? Humph, you still say that this is not human trafficking? No. At the mention of this, the Slero under his feet shouted, It's not human trafficking, nor is it working for him. I'm working for myself. Zhang Jianyuan is a genius. An absolute genius. I never thought that doing business could be done like this, and that recruiting workers could be done like this. Courier also knew that he seemed to have made a mistake, but the behavior of the pig under his feet was also quite rude. According to the law of the church, offending the flame guardian, who was at the top of the seraph battle sequence, was the most serious crime of blasphemy. The punishment that followed would be enough to make him and his family regret living in this world. Now, he was just beaten by her, which was already too easy for him. She wanted to go to the embroidery hall for Zhang Jianyuan. It would be great if she could get some information from the Slero compatriot. She said as if nothing had happened, Work for yourself? How did you do it? Speaking of which, it's very simple. Zhang Jianyuan needs workers, a lot of people. He wants to hire Slero people. I don't know why he doesn't hire people from the Empire. But I don't care. I just know that he needs workers, and he came up with such a genius idea to let us Slero people recruit workers for him. He raised his head and said excitedly, Every single one of you. I'm here to recruit workers for the embroidery hall. They're all able-bodied, regardless of gender. I want as many as you can. As long as the people I introduce pass the embroidery hall's test and sign an employment contract, I can get 300 copper coins from the embroidery hall as a referral fee. Courier said disdainfully, This is what you mean by working for yourself? You don't know what kind of background Zhang Jianyuan has, and what kind of scheme he has. Just for 300 copper coins, he's selling his compatriots to a completely unknown place? This is not selling. I'm doing this for their own good. The man shouted fanatically. The next part is the most genius part of this plan. The people I introduce can continue to find their relatives and friends and introduce them to the embroidery hall. For every successful introduction, that person can also get 300 copper coins. Then, out of the 300 copper coins, 30 copper coins are mine. Do you know what this means? Courier thought for a moment and his expression changed slightly. The man continued to shout, Zhang Jianyuan needs a lot of workers. Because he's the most popular businessman in Mingzhou City recently. He wants to expand his business. He needs a lot of manpower. Although I don't know why he wants to hire Slalos, this is an opportunity. If he wants workers, we have relatives and friends. If he gets workers, we can make money, a lot of money. As long as his demand for workers continues to increase, we will always be able to earn referral fees. If I introduce more people, those people will go out to recruit others. I don't even have to do anything and just lie at home every day to make money. Moreover, when Zhang Jianyuan was training us, he once revealed that there will be more opportunities to make money in the future. Aren't you tempted? Anyway, I'm tempted. I will definitely become a respectable rich person. Courier fell into silence. Although the man's speech was not good and his description was a mess, she could still recognize that there seemed to be something very terrifying hidden in this simple and crude but effective strategy. The person who could come up with such a plan must be a scheming and terrifying schemer, Zhang Jianyuan. What do you want to do? After the man finished his passionate speech, his blood cooled down. Only then did he realize that he was still a fish on the chopping block. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he suddenly heard the terrifying woman say something with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Swindler with a Dream, you have 300 copper coins to earn. Chapter 419. In Marquis Jinggan Fu, Zhang Yinluo sat on the roof of the main hall, looking at the sky in boredom. She turned her head and said, "Hey, it's so boring, are we just going to wait like this?" What answered her was a loud sound. Bang! Sun Lang held a fire qilin in his hand and was currently playing the game of catch the bullet after firing. There were already over a dozen bullet casings and bullet heads in the surroundings. The surroundings were filled with the smell of gunpowder, but Sun Lang was still enjoying himself without getting tired. It seemed like he was really bored to a certain level. Zhang Yinluo sighed. "Are you prepared to keep playing like this?" "How could that be? I'll get tired of it and it's not challenging at all." Wait a minute, I suddenly remembered, Fire Cloud Evil God also played this kind of game before. He shot at his own head and then used his fingers to catch the bullet. As someone who was really good at fighting, Sun Lang disdained to be mentioned in the same breath as the villains in the movies. He pondered for a moment and his eyes lit up as he thought of an even more interesting idea. He nodded his head in all seriousness. "I can shoot at my own face and then use my saliva to knock the bullet away. Don't make that kind of expression. Once when I was surrounded, I killed for too long and the surrounding air became very turbid. My mouth wasn't feeling good, so I spat out a mouthful of phlegm and directly sent a sky demon's skull flying. It was much taller than Qiu Qianqi by God knows how much." Zhang Yinluo revealed an expression of disdain. "So disgusting ah." Sun Lang smiled and said, "Oh, I understand. Yinluo also feels very bored, right? Then let's play a game together. Let's play that game of throwing the milk and dodging the bullet." Just hearing the name was very shameless. Zhang Yinluo shouted with a red face, "What is that ah?" Sun Lang proudly said, "You don't understand, do you? This is the unique skill that made Poison Island's Scorpion famous. In the face of a bullet traveling at a speed of at least 600 meters per second, in the short time it takes for the bullet to pass through her body, she can shake her chest, allowing the bullet to pass through the gap between her swinging chest without suffering any damage. She's worthy of being called the hero of the big-breasted party. Yinluo will also become such an outstanding person in the future." Zhang Yinluo shouted, "How is that possible? Also, who is that woman you're talking about ah?" Sun Lang sighed and said, "A woman that I will never see again. I even stroked her when I was young." When Zhang Yinluo heard the first half of the sentence, her heart was slightly shocked. She thought that this was an acquaintance of Sun Lang's who was separated forever, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, she realized that this guy was talking nonsense again. Before she could get angry, Sun Lang laughed and said, "So, Yinluo, let's play this game. I'll shoot, you dodge. Zhang Yinluo said angrily. I don't want to. I'll get hurt. Sun Lang was very angry and said, You're questioning my love for you. Questioning my fatherly love for my son. Questioning my love for the big-breasted party. Even if you can't dodge the bullet, I won't let it hurt you at all. Before that happens, I'll catch the bullet with one hand. Zhang Yinluo raised her eyebrows, and then accidentally touched my chest. Sun Lang turned his head. Tisk! So that's what you're thinking, you stinking hooligan. Zhang Yinluo stood up angrily and pretended to kick him. I've seen through you. You're just a hot-blooded guy. Last night you said that you were going to catch that woman, but today you're lying here talking nonsense. Sun Lang lay on the roof again and said with a smile, What do you know? This is called strategizing from 1,000 miles away. Although I don't go out, I've already made the appropriate arrangements. I'm just waiting for the target to come to me. Yinluo squinted at him and said coldly, How did you make the arrangements? Observing the magnificent scene from the bottom to the top, he replied casually, It's very simple. Although the target is a top expert of the Burning Angel sequence, the Empire is not a pushover. She dared to beat up Long Wanda, but she wouldn't fly a blazing angel to Mingzhou City to catch someone in broad daylight. You must know that although the Hudu Empire is ruled by a bunch of idiots, the officials and generals in the court have an inexplicable obsession and stubbornness about the so-called Heavenly Empire. He reached out his hand towards the sky and slowly closed his 5 fingers, grabbing lightly. No one knew what he was grabbing. Then he smiled and said, If that seraph did this, I'm afraid that this matter will be reported to the court. In a few days, the garrison at the northern border will advance 5 kilometers to the north. The Empire will also give St. Yuri Castle an unprecedentedly strict ultimatum. After all, these people are very unreasonable. He tilted his head and looked at Yinluo, smiling. It's very simple if you put yourself in their shoes. Think about it, if a 7 luminaries grand sword saint mobilizes the imperial army in the capital of a province in the Li-Fire Kingdom and causes a great disturbance, the Order of Fire will definitely not let it go. Damn it! Why didn't I think of that before? That's enough! Yinluo shouted. Let's get down to business. Don't mess around. Sun Lang nodded sneakily. God knows how many terrifying and dangerous thoughts flashed through his head just now. He said cheerfully, Therefore, that woman will definitely choose to carry out the operation at night and make a careful plan. There can't be a large number of witnesses, so it can't attract the attention of the authorities, and things can't get out of hand. Therefore, Zhang Yinluo was deep in thought. She will sneak in and investigate first. This is a good opportunity. Her eyes moved as she looked at Sun Lang. Clearly, she had figured out Sun Lang's plan. If there was a weakness in the world-beating firearms and military equipment of the Li-Fire Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be the users of the weapons. No matter how terrifying the weapons were, as long as the users were killed, those weapons would not be a threat at all. Now, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although that woman was a terrible and deadly warrior without armor, her strength was only the strength of a mortal. There was a limit to this kind of strength, not to mention that her opponent was an unreasonable guy. Even if Sun Lang did not use any martial arts, the woman would be finished with just a bare hug. Her eyes flashed. When she thought of the woman's pitiful appearance when Sun Lang touched her, she was full of fear, confusion, and an inexplicable excitement flashed through her heart. That arrogant and self-righteous fellow, that woman whose brain is full of muscles, that complete and utter racist, that barbaric woman who always talks about the law of the jungle, humph. Yinluo. Sun Lang sighed. Your expression and eyes betrayed you. You must have a grudge against that woman. Why, is she the only person in the Li-Fire Kingdom who has a bigger chest than you? Of course not. Yinluo said angrily, There is no grudge. It's just that the woman doesn't like me. I am a warrior of the Empire, a figure of the celestial empire. How can I lower myself to the same level as a savage woman? She waved her hands and said indignantly, "Let me tell you, that woman is completely a savage who came down from the mountains. She believes in beasts. She believes in the law of the jungle and respects the strong. The difference between us humans and beasts is that we have benevolence, faith, dreams, and souls. She's good, she talks about beasts all day long." Sun Lang said in surprise, "This woman is actually a philosopher. She can see the world so clearly." "Philosophy my ass, she is a violent maniac. She fought with a death-claw bear with her bare hands and dared to fight with an owl wolf with a butter knife. She is completely a crazy woman." Zhang Yinluo jumped and said, "After we catch her this time, let's see what she has to say. Doesn't she like to obey the strong? Sun Lang, you have to completely defeat her. Let's see what she will do this time." Sun Lang's body shook violently. 2 lines of manly tears flowed down his eyes. He held Yinluo's hand excitedly and said, "Yinluo, you are sensible now. You actually took the initiative to expand my harem." Yinluo sneered and said proudly, "Even if that woman is obsessed with you, can you touch her? Humph, as long as your inexplicable vulgar curse doesn't get better, you can always say but can't do." It is a good thing to think about it." "What good thing? What does it have to do with me?" Sun Lang's face collapsed instantly. Then he said resentfully, "Yinluo, don't put the flag in front of me. Be careful of karma. If one day there is someone else who is immune to it like you, I want to see where you can cry." Of course, he was referring to Master Lu. What does that have to do with me? If there are really other women who can be touched by you casually, I'll be more than happy to see them. In that case, you won't be harassing me all day long, will you? Zhang Yinluo did not take it to heart at all. At this moment, she was completely occupied by the inspiring scene of revenge. She asked excitedly, "If that woman is coming, why don't you go out and look for her?" Sun Lang pointed outside helplessly. "Mingzhou City is so big. Although there are not many foreign devils, there are still quite a lot of them. How can I find a needle in a haystack? Don't worry. I've already made a plan." "What plan?" "It's very simple. According to your description, that woman is a hunter with a brain. Since she is also a seraph like Long Wanda, she must know Long Wanda's background very well. Long Wanda was stationed in the Southeast Theater of Operations of the Lihua Empire and had a good relationship with the Northern Theater of Operations. Long Wanda must have fled to the heartland of the Imperium to seek political asylum in Hutu. If he did, he would have had to pass the message through his connections and get protection while he was at it." Sun Lang raised his finger. "Close distance, many connections, strong strength, and good relationship. Those are the factors that Long Wanda considered when he sought refuge. That woman must have thought of them too. In summary, there is only one target." Zhang Yinluo's expression changed. "Guild leader who?" However, the girl's expression quickly became subtle. The pitiful Hu Huaisho had clearly not done anything, yet he was viewed as an enemy by the Heavenly Policy Mansion. Moreover, he was listed as a target that had to be executed, and he had even almost died an unnatural death. Now, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen, and he had inexplicably gotten involved in the internal strife of the Lifire nation. She sighed. "I feel that Hu Huaisho is not easy." Sun Lang smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. "It's his fault for being so gentle." Zhang Yinluo waved his hands. "All right, your analysis is very reasonable. That woman will indeed suspect Hu Huaisho. Since she wants to sneak into the city to investigate first, she will certainly go to the Loyalty Tower to sound him out. Is this the arrangement you mentioned?" Sun Lang nodded. "That's right. I've already asked Old Hu to send someone to inform them. If they discover any foreigners with strange whereabouts around the Zhongyi Tower, they must pay close attention to them." If they discover a barbaric woman with arms that can gallop horses, a fierce face, bulging muscles, and a thunderous voice when she walks, then don't hesitate. They must inform me as soon as possible to capture her. Zhang Yinluo was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. So you're talking about her? Hey, she's not a tough woman with a fierce face and bulging muscles. In fact, if she keeps her mouth shut and doesn't move, she can still be considered a beauty. However, her personality is extremely bad. I think so too. Sun Lang nodded. She's really a beautiful girl. Only then did Zhang Yinluo realize that he had been tricked by Sun Lang. He said angrily, "You pervert, you really have bad intentions. Humph, no matter how beautiful she is, you can't touch her." Sun Lang smiled and said, "Yinluo, you misunderstood me. If it's just a beautiful girl, it's more pleasing to the eye. There's no psychological pressure when extorting a confession. You say, if the other party is really a Western continent female Tyrannosaurus, I'm afraid this secret investigator plot won't be able to continue." Zhang Yinluo squinted and said, "Extorting a confession? What confession?" Sun Lang covered his face and said in a deep voice, "Of course it's her blazing angel. I only need a finger to knock that woman to the ground, but my goal is not only her, but also the priceless blazing angel equipment. If the situation is critical, I have to take action immediately. I can't delay until she summons the blazing angel. Then, how can I force out the whereabouts of the armor? I'll have to rely on my hands that make men cry and women scream when they see them." Then, his style suddenly changed as he laughed and said, "Under my hands, no woman can keep any secrets in her heart." He, Zhang Yinluo snorted, "Have you forgotten me? I won't fall for your trick." Sun Lang stood up with a smile, stretched out his hands, and said seriously, "I don't believe you. Do you want us to give it a try? Even if it's you, you will definitely lose to me." Zhang Yinluo suddenly came to a realization, then stuck out his tongue with a smile. "You want to lie to me again? Don't even think about it." Sun Lang laughed and said, "Come on, little beauty." Yinluo chuckled and jumped down from the beam. Sun Lang put his hands on his hips and said, He, little beauty, run. I'm going to catch up with you. Once I catch up with you, I'll do it with you." "No way." Zhang Yinluo turned back and shouted, "You'd better continue to think about it. If the so-called strategy fails and that woman doesn't act as you think, where will I put your face?" Sun Lang said proudly, "How can it not? My calculations are perfect. That woman has a secret mission to hunt down the blazing angel, and the location of the mission is in Mingzhou. She must be anxious and focused on completing the mission as soon as possible. If she is busy, she will make mistakes, and if she is busy, she will not think. At this moment, other than running to the loyalty tower to investigate the enemy, what else can she do?" As soon as he finished his words, Zhao Feihuang's shout came from below. "Sun Lang, that Zhang Jianyuan is here for you." Sun Lang scratched his head. What is he here for? In the past few days, he had been planning how to start an uprising in Mingzhou, gather soldiers, control military power, resell arms, train new soldiers, beat up the gentry, accumulate wealth, expand his strength, alienate talents, contact the provinces, force the central government, provoke the emperor, and make those idiots want to die. All of this could not be done without the help of Li Hua. How to fan the flames between the two countries and plunder the benefits was indeed a technical job. Of course, there was also the help of capitalists. Therefore, Zhang Jianyuan, who had been performing well, became the first candidate. The reason why he did not use the more reliable Miss Zhao was that Zhao Feihuang was deeply in love with him after all, and he could not let such a good girl do the dirty business of giving birth to a son without eyes. It was no problem to let Zhang Jianyuan do the dirty work. Anyway, Zhang Jianyuan's son was not his son. Given that this was a long-term business operation with a soft knife cutting meat for a long time, and he also had to consider Yinluo's feelings. He did not use the evil methods of the later generations. Instead, he first gave Zhang Jianyuan some advice, telling him what was product dumping, what was raw material production, and what was economic war. Of course, with Zhang Jianyuan's current career and size, it was difficult for him to do what only the East India Company could do. However, this did not prevent Sun Lang from describing a beautiful future for him, which gave him infinite motivation to complete Sun Lang's instructions with enthusiasm. There were many benefits to recruiting illegal immigrants from the Lihua Kingdom. It was time to let the retarded nobles of the Lihua Kingdom and the stupid gentry of the empire know what was elegant and invisible means of exploitation. It was definitely much better than those idiots who only knew how to use whip. As a result, he did not stay idle during the day yesterday. He directly sent someone to call Zhang Jianyuan over and instructed him to start recruiting illegal immigrants from the Lihua Kingdom and prepare to enter the market of the Raging Flame's divine power nation. With the help of the Zhang estate's trade route and the support of the Marquis of Jing'an's estate, as well as the huge profits from resolving the Blazing Angel incident, the business of Embroidery Hall would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he did not forget that he had heard of the nature of the illegal immigrants in Mingzhou City. There was no lack of crafty, lazy, and greedy people. After all, the early colonists of the West in his previous life were all criminals, swindlers, and scoundrels. The quality of this group of Lihua brides would definitely not be any better. However, it did not matter. The reason why people were human was because they had a strong ability to shape and adapt. As long as they were washed, educated properly, even the most hopeless of brides would be bathed in the glory of the Huta kingdom and become an outstanding proletarian warrior. He was just calculating to what extent Zhang Jianyuan could achieve when he suddenly heard Zhao Feihuang's shout. "Looking for me at this time? Did something happen?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.